first. Hello? Hello? What's going on? Turn that off. Come on, you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. This is just a 5-minute warning, right? So we're going to be starting in 5 minutes. For those of you that are hanging out at the back and chatting, please make your way into the seats. For those in Festal, I don't know if they can hear me. I'll go shout at them now. But we're going to be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you, guys. process. Oh la la. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023. Woo! I love that. How's everyone doing today? You guys are good? Everyone seems good, looking beautiful as always. It's really wonderful to be here today for the conference of Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023. It is the 10th anniversary of the Entrepreneurship Avenue, which I think is an amazing milestone. This is my third year as moderator of the Entrepreneurship Avenue. In 2021, we were online, so I didn't get to look at anybody. In 2022, we were over there in Festal, which was cool. But now we're out here in the big hall, which is pretty awesome. So it's really, really great to be here. Oh, we get a clap for that? Clap for that? Why not? Why not? Why not? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So welcome, everybody. My name is James. I'm your friend. I'm your guide for today. My background is in entrepreneurship. I'm an entrepreneur. I started an edtech startup in South Africa. I am also a VU alumni. I studied strategy, innovation, and management control here. So this is my place. This is my stomping grounds. And I love to speak, moderate all things entrepreneurship and leadership. So that's why I'm here with you guys today. But this isn't about me. This is about you guys. We have an amazing lineup today. We have a lot of really, really awesome stuff going on. It's going to be an amazing journey. We're coming to an end of what's been several weeks of a journey for many people involved in the Entrepreneurship Avenue. So it's really exciting. And to kickstart, I'd like to give the stage to Rudolf. Rudolf is the director of the ECN, founder of the Entrepreneurship Avenue, and he's going to tell you guys a little bit about the Entrepreneurship Avenue and what's in store for today. Thank you. Rudolf.
I don't need it. Thanks. Thanks, James. Hello. How are you today? Good, good. So hello and welcome everyone to the grand finale of Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023. It's a very special one indeed, because today we celebrate a decade of inspiration, innovation, and the unwavering spirit of entrepreneurship. It is a remarkable milestone for us that fills us with pride and gratitude for the incredible journey we have embarked upon. Entrepreneurship Avenue was born out of a profound understanding of some gaps in the higher education system in Austria when it comes to entrepreneurship. So we recognized limited awareness of entrepreneurship as a viable career path to students. We recognize the lack of interdisciplinary collaboration between universities and a need for more entrepreneurial know-how among students. These insights have guided our mission. From day one, our primary goals has been to fill these gaps and to provide an opportunity for young people to experience entrepreneurship firsthand in an open, stimulating, and supportive environment. Entrepreneurship Avenue is a unique event series that welcomes students from all backgrounds and disciplines. It serves as a platform of inspiration, encouragement, and support for both explorers who simply want to get a first glimpse of entrepreneurship and for entrepreneurs who are benefiting from the elaborate support infrastructure the program offers to student startup teams. Over the past decade, this event series has provided a platform for more than 15,000 students from over 125 universities and nations to explore the foundations of entrepreneurship. We have witnessed the formation of over 430 student startup teams. Delivering a unique program requires a unique team and a unique network. So today I would like to thank all the pioneers and companions of the last few years, the 246 student co-organizers of the programs, the colleagues and faculty of the Institute for Entrepreneurship and Innovation and my team at WU Entrepreneurship Center, our partners and contacts at the 27 partner universities of the ECN, the Entrepreneurship Center Network, and of course all the participants and teams, our partners, sponsors, mentors, speakers. Thank you so much. To this year's participants and teams, I trust today's final of the Entrepreneurship Avenue will not mark the end of your entrepreneurial journeys, but rather the beginning. Just like we've witnessed among many, many of your predecessors. To Vicky and Ricky and the whole organizing team, thank you so much for the smooth organization, for the many ideas and this huge level of passion that you have put into making this a reality today and over the past weeks. I think it's a little bit of applause for the organizing teams right now. To our partners, mentors, and speakers, thank you for moving along with us. Everybody, I wish you a great day. Have fun. And I'd like to ask Vice Rector Badinger for his welcome address on stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Harald Badinger. I'm Vice Rector for Financial Affairs. And on behalf of the whole Rectors Council, I would like to welcome you all to this year's Entrepreneurship Avenue. Of the very many events, conferences, workshops at WU taking place at WU, the Entrepreneurship Avenue is clearly a highlight of the year, and that's the good thing. It's a recurring event this year, as we heard, taking place the 10th time. So congrats to your anniversary of this great event we have here. Since its inception in 2014, this event has quickly developed into the largest entrepreneurship series in Europe. This year, as we have already heard, 800 participants, 75 universities from more than 60 countries, a truly international event. And as one of 15 programs worldwide and only European program, it received the AACSB award as a best practice entrepreneurship education program. This is also, I think, a very nice indication of the international recognition and reputation this program has built up over time. And what I also like very much, another unique feature of this event is that it is organized by students, for students, and as such it gets a very authentic touch, because it definitely needs entrepreneurial spirit to set up and successfully organize an event like this. So I'm very impressed by the program, by the professionalism of the organization. So my congratulations to the team of organizers. Needless to say, in front of an audience like here, that entrepreneurship, innovation, startups are important themes for a business university as WU, both as an important subject for scientific research on the one hand, and as a platform for knowledge transfer on the other hand. And we are proud at WU that we address both elements. Since 2001, there is an Institute for Entrepreneurship and Innovation led by Nick Franke, which has been generating outstanding research in this field since then. And as far as knowledge transfer is concerned, since 2015, there is a WU Entrepreneurship Center led by Rudolf Demeter, which acts as a trigger and a magnifier for entrepreneurial activities among WU students, alumni, and faculty. And this combination of academic research with knowledge transfer, implementation, and practical application is crucial for any education program in the field of business, maybe nowhere else as in the subfield of entrepreneurship. So I'm glad to have you all here today. Have a great conference, have great discussions, and I also wish you highly successful pitches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Rector. So as you guys can hear, it's going to be a really exciting day, and instead of double telling you all about it, I'm going to welcome onto the stage the head organizers of the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023, Ricky and Vicky. Guys, come and tell us all about it. Thank you. A round of applause.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. A big hello from me. I'm Ricky.
And I'm Vicky.
Yeah, it's a wonderful combination of names, creates a winning combination. And yes, we are the head organizers of this year's Entrepreneurship Avenue, and we have been organizing this whole journey that many of us have gone through over the last couple of months to finalize in this wonderful gathering of so many bright entrepreneurial minds. And if the slides go. Yes, now it works. And what journey it has been. We started 2 months ago with our kickoff at Angewandte, and that was an incredible kickoff, record-breaking. We had over 450 people there from almost 100 different study disciplines. And over the past 2 months, our team has then worked tirelessly and with so much dedication to bring to you this event today, our big conference day, celebrating 10 years, 10 editions of Entrepreneurship Avenue, of bringing entrepreneurship to you guys and creating impact with entrepreneurship. And with what dedication our team has worked, you can even see by my co-head's left hand, even though some things break, still here on the stage, giving to you this amazing evening. And what is happening this evening, Vicky will tell you all about.
Right. Well, conference is a very special day, not just because it's the last event in the Entrepreneurship Avenue event series, but it's also all about you, the participants. We want you to come here to be inspired, to learn more, to see things and hear things that you wouldn't usually see in your day-to-day basis. And that's what EA is all about. This year is our 10th anniversary, and we really took that to heart, and especially when it came to making sure we had an amazing agenda for you here. So, of course, as is EA tradition, we've had Job Chat in the morning, we've had 2 wonderful workshops with IMS and AISEC. We also have so many amazing speakers for you today. It's nuts. I can't wait to tell you more about them soon. But of course, as is tradition, we also have 2 fairs ongoing at the moment. In case you're still only been at the main stage, don't be afraid to check them out later. We have a dedicated spot just for that. Exploration time is when you should check out Festsaal 1 and Festsaal 2. And finally, I should mention, we're also doing something a little bit different this year. we're having a little bit more of an intimate, more fireside chatty environment down there in the gallery, where you'll have a few Meet the Founder events, where you can get a chance to just chat with some of the people who are at the startup fair this year. So before we move into a bit more of a deep dive into the agenda, of course, that's where we are. And as we move forward, we'll have so many different interesting panels for you, a few interesting keynotes as well, and there's so much more that we can actually explore when it comes to the topics we consider. Of course, as you can see right here, and a little bit of a hint, because I'll be moderating that one, we do have an artificial intelligence panel called Artificial Brilliance, and of course, our amazing keynote by Hansi Hansmann. But none of that is as important as money. And Money Matters is going to be the first panel that kicks off our entire agenda. As we wait for the slides to load, let me tell you a little bit more about exploration time. I did touch upon it just a little while ago, but we thought that you shouldn't have to feel that, oh no, am I missing something if I'm on the main stage? Nope. We'll give you the chance, the time to shine, to explore, to find everything that you need. And of course, as mentioned before, we have all those wonderful things happening in Festsaal 1 and Festsaal 2. And as always, we are very happy to welcome Daniel Cronin and Markus Raunig for a live recording of the Future Weekly podcast down there in the gallery later on today. Of course, nothing is as good without food and drinks, and we have plenty for you down there in the Festsaal. Our agenda would then continue to some really interesting things where we talk about impact, which is the key core theme for this year's agenda. And of course, we have a wonderful keynote speech by Lawrence Imeno. He's young, he's vibrant, he's going to tell you all about his life, his experiences, and his journey. But EA isn't EA without the pitch competition. We've had so many wonderful people take part in groups during the course of the lab series over the last 2 months. And this is where they get their chance to shine. They're going to be here on stage talking about their ideas, talking about their amazing ventures, and you're going to get a chance to see just how cool it is. At the end of it, of course, it is a competition, and we will have a little announcement of the winners. But before that, a little recap into what EA has been over the years, the impact we've had, and a lovely little word by Rudolph as well towards the end. And no party ends without an after party. So I do want to say that we do have an after party this year. We'll give you the details towards the end, so you might want to stick around for that as well. Finally, just a little bit of admin note. We do have an app this year. Entrepreneurship Avenue this year trialed its first ever attempt at an app to make sure that people could connect more with the event series over the years. Feel free to download it right now. We'll make sure that it's active during the summer and get you all prepared for next year's event series as well. I think I've taken a lot of your time today, so before I move forward, I just want to say, enjoy yourselves, make the most of it, and let's make a wonderful time together. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, gentlemen. So I'd like to kickstart this with, let's begin, all right? Let's kickstart. We're going to be having a really awesome panel discussion now. It's all about money matters. I'm really excited to be moderating this myself, and I'd like to bring onto the stage Amelie from the WKU, Lisa from Hans Women Group, and Christoph from Goodbag. Please give them a round of applause, and please come join me on stage. Welcome.
Thanks.
Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome. Cool. Thank you guys for being here. So as per usual with this kind of panel conversation, we just want to kickstart with a bit of introduction, but I also want to make it relevant. So we can go from right to left. Who are you? What do you do? And what is your role in the funding world?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and I'm so impressed of all of you, and to look into your faces, and I think it's a great sign that all of you are interested in this very important topic. My name is Amelie Groß. I'm the Vice President of the Federal Economic Chamber. I'm also an entrepreneur, and I'm really excited about this panel today.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Lisa Ballweber. I started in the venture capital industry a while ago at Speed Invest. Speed Invest, you might know, it's one of the biggest early stage funds now in Europe. They started actually in Vienna. I then moved on to Unica Ventures, which is the corporate venture capital arm of Unica Insurance Group. And now, since 1.5 years, I am the investment manager of Hansi Hansmann. He's also here today. You will see him later today. So I've been working with startups quite a long time, and I'm very happy to be here today.
Hello, my name is Christoph. I'm actually a former student of the WU University and happy to be here to represent the startup. So I'm the founder of Goodbag. We have a platform that rewards consumers for acting and buying sustainable. Our first product is a smart reusable shopping bag that lets you plant trees or collect plastic out of the ocean every time you use it. So after downloading the Entrepreneurship Avenue, I also invite you to all download the Goodbag app.
Amazing, thank you. Thank you. So it's really cool that we've got sort of a nice representation of people. We've got a founder, we've got venture capital investor, and we've got someone from a key government organization. So I think we've got a really nice sort of perspective here. I want to start, Amelie, with asking you what you think. You know, it's an interesting time that we live in at the moment. So do you think it's a good time to start up now? And specifically in Austria, do you think it's a good time and a good place to be starting up?
Well, I think it's always a good time to start. But I mean, I know what you're referring to. Until 2022, we were seeing an all-time high when it comes to venture capital, and the times changed. It's not so easy to get money. I think it's not so easy to get funding, but the situation can also be an advantage because what venture capitalists are now requiring is more preparation. You will really have to think through your business model and have to show that it's profitable and sustainable. And I think this could be something really good for you and for everybody who is starting a business. And you're asking if Austria is in particular a good market, and I think it is. I mean, Austria is a perfect test market. It's a great starting point to expand to the DACH region, but also to the east, to the west. And plus, we have a really good support system here with all the incubators, the institutions who are here to support.
Cool. So what do you guys think? I'm curious from the different perspectives, from the founding perspective, from the investment perspective. Is now a good time for starting up?
I think absolutely, and I also think in Austria actually. I mean, we have a lot of grants here. I think we're one of the top countries in Europe providing so many grants which are not diluting any founders. So I think that is a really, really favorable environment. Also, we have a lot of talent. We have good universities, which not only in economics, but also in tech, which basically gives a lot of talent to our startups. And then I think also we have a lot of interested investors and business angels who are eager to support startups at a very early stage when it's still very risky and the business model is not so proven. So I think this is a very good environment to start a company.
Okay. And to operate a company?
Well, I mean, I think it's always challenging to operate and start a company, but I mean, if you're up for the challenge and if you have a great idea, I mean, it's always a great time to start, no matter what are the circumstances. And I mean, honestly, I can only speak from my personal experience. We have actually last year had our record year in revenue. We grew over 3 times from the revenue from previous years. So, I mean, I don't really feel any crisis personally. We see more possibilities actually, and I think as long as you are growing, I mean, it might slow your growth at some point, but you should be still growing if you have a good idea, and it comes all to the idea. So I mean, I think I agree with you both. It's always a good time to start a company, but it should never be starting a company just to start a company. It should always evolve from a need that you see, and if you identify a problem and you identify something that is not working as you think it should work, start it, work on it, and then the funding will come and the clients will come. So I think that there is never a bad time to start a company.
Okay. So all words of positivity, but that's why I'm going to dig a little bit deeper now. Lisa, I mean, let's be honest, it is a tough time at the moment. The current environment is different, and I would like you to tell us a little bit more what maybe has changed. What are you looking for when you're looking at companies to invest in now a little bit differently than you were before?
I think that didn't change, to be honest. We still look for the same things in a company. We look for a very strong team with a founder team that has a very broad range of skills. So ideally, they are complementary to each other. We look for a growing market, so something that is really interesting, where we think that this is a future market that has a lot of potential to grow and that might be a niche today, but could be a really big market tomorrow. And last but not least, I think we were more attentive now to more sustainable business models. So having a business model that really can be profitable at some point, that can grow much, and that also has impact in mind. And I mean, we define impact very broadly. Everything that makes the planet a better place, that makes our world a better place. But we really have to be careful here because there is a lot of greenwashing around, impact washing. So we try to really understand where impact is coming from and if this is really a sustainable business model. Yeah.
Amazing. We're going to jump into that in a little bit. Okay, thank you. So I want to talk about early stage funding, right? Because obviously a lot of people here, there's a lot of students who are founding at the moment or going to be founding soon. Are there any of you out there that are founding at the moment? Hands up if you're founding a company right now. Amazing. Okay. Any of you want to found soon? Put your hands up if you want to found soon. Okay, a few, and I bet there's a few shy people there. But basically, really, really early stage, it's a tough time to get funding. And so, Christoph, can you tell us a little bit about your early funding? Like, how did you get money to get off the ground? Where did you go?
Yeah, happy to do so. So when we started, I mean, we both as co-founders, we put in a bit of money from ourselves and fools and family, so to speak. And then very quickly we went through all the grants, which Austria has a great system of supports for grants, and we worked our way through that. We applied for INITS, which is a great program for early stage startups, because it's not only giving you money, but it guides you through the process. And this was the first program that we went through. We found some angels very, very early on, and they supported us with a little bit of money, but like a lot of knowledge and a lot of insights and basically connections and networks. And I think this is really the key part. I mean, I think the money that an angel puts in the first place is just basically this commitment. Like this is a person that actually really goes all in a way, like money-wise, but also with the connections. And we have been with all of our investors since a long time. We're really thankful for that from the start. And then over the years, we got a few grants, also recently from the WKO for internationalization to Germany, for marketing efforts, and we have been getting a grant recently also from Wirtschaftsagentur. So there's a great way of using these grants to start. And yeah, as you also said, like there's so many business angels in Austria. I think like from the legal standpoint, there could be a bit from the governmental side, even like pushing more for business angel investments. I really like the model in the UK, where you have more like tax benefits when you invest up to 100K. So I think that's something the Austrian government would not lose much, could only win, like giving this first trigger. But yeah, so and from our own point, we just got our largest investment last year with new investors, so very happy about that, and we were able to also generate significant revenue over the last 3-4 years, which obviously is very helpful.
Okay, so but for the people out here, grants were a really big part of getting you off and finding the right angel investors.
At the start, definitely, and I mean, I can highly recommend to screen all the programs and do the dirty work of sitting up to 2 a.m. finishing the grant short before the deadline, the grant application. But it's really worth it. And even if you don't get the grant, in that case, you'll learn so much about your business during that process.
Amazing. So maybe I can pass over to you, Emily, like the WKO, what kind of support do you offer for early stage founders?
Well, the WKO supports all businesses, but especially those who are new to market. And with Gründerservice, how many of you know Gründerservice from WKO? Okay, some of you. Because most people don't know that we have 90 offices all around Austria, 90 offices, and they're there just to help you found and start your business. So if you need it, they take you by your hand and guide you through this process. No matter if you have legal questions, tax questions, whatever, they will help you. But we also know that startups have special needs, and for that reason we have a special section called the Startup Services, and we guide startups through this process of founding. So this is what we do, but I mean, of course, we have many other programs, like you were mentioning earlier. I think the Go International initiative that you're part of, I think that's a great program too. But I mean, to get started, Gründerservice and startup services are the most important things.
Okay, cool. So early stage, just to carry on with this early stage, Lisa, what are some of the important metrics that you and Hansi and other angels are looking for in that really early stage? Because obviously, path to profitability is hard to identify then. And yeah, like how do you differentiate what looks like a winner from what doesn't look like a winner?
It's really difficult to pinpoint one metric or a couple of metrics, also because metrics at the early stage usually are not so representative. So what we look for is early traction. For example, users that just love your product, that you have good feedback on your product. You have some really heavy users that couldn't live without your product, even if they're not paying much for it, but that they really love your product. So we see that you are solving a problem. That's really important. And I mean, it depends on the business model you have, but that initial traction, that love for the product, the obsessed users, as we call it, those are important. That's what we look for.
And other things like team or other core, maybe not metrics, but like indicators that say this is a good one.
Indicators, yeah, I mean, I talked about the complementary skills in a team before. So, I mean, we invest in software companies and technology startups. So usually there is someone who is really deep into technology, who's usually the CTO. Then we have a CEO who has a clear leadership abilities. That is really important, that the other team that can, go fundraising, that can lead a team, that can inspire hirings at an early stage when you cannot pay much. So that has a big vision. We need someone who can actually sell the product. Mm-hmm. That's important too, depending on the business model, but you obviously have to have someone that can go out. Sometimes these skills overlap, but usually we have different people in the team and they complement each other, which is really good also to have these different viewpoints in the team. So this complementary team, I think that is definitely something really important.
Cool, thank you. And I think that's something that sounds obvious, but a lot of people here might not always think that. Often people found companies with your 3 best friends who studied the same degree as you and are all business-minded or whatever, but I think the idea is to be looking out for people who have complementary skills, and I guess that's what we're trying to do here at the Entrepreneurship Avenue. I want to flip that now and ask you, Christoph, what do you look for in an investor, especially in early stage? You talked about support. Are there any other particular red flags or green flags that you look out for when raising money, particularly from those early angel investors that are going to take a big stake and be with you for a long time?
I mean, when it comes first, I think it's alignment of goals. It's very, very, very important. To find the right early stage investor, I think is crucial. I think that's something when you're a startup and you're starting up, you're very excited about the first investor who wants to invest in you, but really take a deep look at that person, because this person is going to be along the journey for very, very long. What we looked into was basically like just, I mean, it's a gut feeling also, but then like, do they support the mission? Do we connect with these people on a professional but also personal level? Could we imagine like being with them in a very long relationship? And yeah, since we're for impact company, and then really sustainability is the core of our business, and this is what we deeply care about, and we just built the product because we wanted to engage consumers on acting and buying was sustainable, and the business model evolved out of this. This was for us the key, to really believe that in the investor. And over the years, I mean, we had really tremendous luck on meeting the right people, because very often we have not really been fundraising. It was like more, I would say, coincidental. Over the last years, it changed a bit. But I think this is really very, very important. Like, is this really the right person for your venture? Can they open the right doors for you? Can you imagine working with them on a long term? I mean, you're not going to have like a daily meetup with this person, but you have to have a lot of conversations with them and their feedback, and do you trust this person? I think these are all very, very important things. So don't take on the first person that gives you money necessarily. Don't take the first person if the first person is right. go for it, obviously.
Any tips on how to do that? So did you try and get drunk with your investors, or did you have an interview process, or because obviously it can be a bit weird, right? You're especially an early stage founder. You're new. You've got all these big hotshot investors, but I mean, I guess you have to figure out a way to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I've never got drunk with an investor, not yet. Hopefully, sometimes at a big exit party or whatever. But I think you already mentioned all the skills you're looking for. But I mean, there's always a lot of people approaching the investors, and I feel like even when from our early stage, it was always like we want to talk to the investors. It's this feeling, and investors are always hunted, but look at the person behind, and just like they might be stressed out, but I mean, don't stress yourself when talking to investors. I did that personally at the start very, very often. I was roaming around and like, oh, I'm talking now to this investor, I need to get my pitch straight, but just be a bit calm and know what you're talking about, because like once you know what you're talking about, and then you grow the confidence, and then it's, I think, natural. And yeah, so that would be my recommendations. Don't stress yourself, and just be honest, be transparent about what you achieve. Also say, don't lie. I think we never did that. I think that's very important. Don't exaggerate. You can be honest. Like an investor will see through the weaknesses of your venture anyway, sooner or later. And if you bring them on for something that's not real, sooner or later you have troubles, and you don't want that with investors.
Lisa's nodding her head. She's like, I've been there, I've seen that.
Yeah, I think what you said was really important. So when I talked about the criteria, obviously fit is a really big criteria. I mean, every box can be checked that I said before. If there is no chemistry between us and the founders, we would also not invest, because, as you said, it's a long-term journey. It's almost like marriage. It's really hard to get out. So you will have to stick with your investors for a very long time, and it's important to be transparent, to have an alignment, that you can feel the trust between the parties. Otherwise, it's really hard, to have a constructive relationships and to get this support that you need from your investors if they don't feel treated right, and the other way around.
Yeah, very cool, thank you. I want to move, unfortunately time is ticking, I want to move into ESG and impact. So we spoke a bit about that. So you say it's really important for investors, right? How important is it? How much is ESG important compared to profit?
I think it doesn't go without it. So when we say we invest in impact startups, they have to have a functioning business model. That's just the way we work. And I also think to have a long-term success, this needs to work. There is not another way around it. Obviously, you can have NGOs and other business models, but there needs to be some sort of way to profitability for this company. Other than that, I think it's been a term that has been used so many times, and everyone is now having a sustainable or green startups. So it's really hard to filter out what is actually really an impactful startup and what's not.
So how do you do that? Like, how do you separate greenwashing? Again, I keep asking about indicators and metrics. That's the role you're in. But like, yeah, how do you really assess the impact that a certain startup could have in the future?
I mean, we don't have such a deep domain expertise in this field, but what we do is we do reference calls with people from our network that are deeper in these industries, and we validate these business models with them, and then we can get a quick feedback. Okay, is this actually moving the needle, or is this just, painting something green?
Okay, and over time, do you hold these companies to, responsible for that? Like, do you measure and look at their, or do other investors, track their progress in terms of ESG the same way that you probably track revenue and profitability and users and
we
so on?
don't do that at an early stage, but I've seen it with a couple of our later stage companies that have big VCs on board. They actually need to measure these ESG targets, so they really hold accountable to it.
Okay, I see. So you're looking more about how it feels at the beginning, and then later the bigger VCs will do the measuring. Got it. What's the VKU's stance on ESG, and how are you guys trying to support and push forward startups that are having a good impact?
Well, we're seeing that it's becoming increasingly important for those who are founding a business. And the Austrian Startup Monitor, some of you might know the numbers. There are almost 50% of founders who have the green and social impact as their first priority. So they're founding especially to have an impact in the world, and I think that's really impressive. And what we are doing at WKO is we are providing help and services when it comes to fulfilling those targets. So I think this topic is getting so important, and I think it's important for all of us to work on it.
Cool. And for you, Christoph, I mean, I know for a lot of people it can be a struggle sometimes. I know your whole product is centered around sustainability in many ways, but do you find yourself ever having a trade-off between, profit and planet? Or does your business model align perfectly on that? Is that something you tried to set out from the beginning?
I mean, little trade-offs, yes. I mean, I think sustainability is part of our DNA, but you always have trade-offs. I mean, like, do you go for like this material that costs that much more, but the customer wants to pay only that? So you're like, I would like the customer to pay that, but then you maybe need to downsize a little. So I think there's always trade-offs. I think our business model itself is very much driven from creating impact. This is why we created the company. We have a two-sided impact model. We have the direct impact that we created in the consumer behavioral change, like that how our bags are 20 times more used than any other bags, like how they buy more plant-based products because using our platform, having the transparency, having the gamification, getting achievements, climbing up the rankings whatsoever. And then we have the indirect impact, which is like the seed points that the consumers earn for directions and donating them because they have monetary value to plant trees and collect plastic. So, I mean, this is what we measure. I think in general, towards the question of impact measurement is super hard. It's something we're still struggling. I mean, we're in this situation because, I mean, there's a lot of economically educated people here. It's all the tragedy of the commons. We've been like feeding off these planets and nobody paid the bill for it. And I think we're now going towards like having more measurements about these things. So the actually new business models created about like really trading CO2 emissions, like really making businesses accountable for. And this is really, it's going to be a really tough period on making this possible and track these actions. But we need to go there because in the end, what we need to achieve is that every business is really accountable for their impact. And there is a lot of opportunities there. Like you need to just small parts of cars. There's a startup that measures just the impact of these small parts of cars, and they're doing amazing. And these nobody thought about these things. And I think like there's a lot of, it's one of the key trends, like impact assessment and going into this field. And I personally, it's a struggle all the time because like you're never 100% right, and all these studies and key life cycle analysis, they have a very broad range, but we need to do it and we need to get there. And the more companies go in that direction, the better it is.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think what I really love about your business, and I think something to encourage early stage founders, is it's not just about measuring your impact, and but also aligning your impact, aligning your business model, so that the more you do, the more you produce, you make more profit, but you also have more of an impact as opposed to the other way around. So I'd like to wrap up, unfortunately. I could sit here all day and talk to you guys. So I'd like each of you just to give us some closing words. Do you have any advice for students here who are founding now or sometime near in the future?
Two things that I would like to point out. The first thing is you will need a network. So if you're thinking about starting a business, go to events like this one, but maybe also find other networks, because you will need them. Not just in the beginning, but there will be hard times and there will be times of crisis. And you will need someone who you can talk to. And you might have friends who don't really know where you actually are at this point of your life. So you will need other business owners, startups, and so on. So I think this network thought is crucial. And also, I think it's important to have the ability to adapt. So if you're starting with idea A, it doesn't mean that you have to stick with this idea for the rest of your life. You can take this idea and transform it to something completely different, and it's still your startup and still your business, but I think this ability to transform is very important.
Thank you. Flexibility.
Well, adding to that, I think going out, testing your idea, getting feedback, iterating, so that's really important. And also hang out with people that are very much different like you, that don't go to the same university, that don't have your same friends, that don't come from your background. That really adds a lot of value.
I like that. So get outside your comfort zone a little bit, in both ways.
Yeah.
And last for Christoph.
Yeah, I think lots of things already were mentioned. I think persistence, when you really believe in the idea, just keep going and really be nice to your co-founders and team members. Be also harsh to them when it's necessary, but I mean, being nice to people, I think, and to the team and everybody that you hire, I think is something that's really, really important, especially when there's such a war for talent.
100%. Amelie, Lisa, Christoph, thank you very much. A round of applause for our speakers, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, Christoph. Amazing. So money matters, and yeah, there's a lot that you guys can learn here. I think some of this you might have known before. I hope some of you took something away. But because money matters so much, and because early stage investment is so important, and because my clicker isn't working, I'm going to keep rambling on. So, like I said, money matters, and today we're really, really lucky to have one of Austria's most prolific angel investors with us. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's invested in many of the top successful startups in Austria. He's on the board of several companies one of the companies I work for, and several companies that I know, and people I know who founded. He doesn't even know that. So I'd like to welcome onto the stage Hansi Hansmann. Thank you, Hansi. Thank you.
Which company?
Shop Story.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, that's fine. Should I stand up? Okay. It's a big pleasure for me and honor to stay here because this is my alma mater, my university. I mean, not exactly this building. Not even the building where the Wirtschaftsuniversität has been located before, near Franz Josefs Bahnhof. I started to study 50 years ago in a small, tiny building in 19th district in the Währinger Park, which at that time was called Hochschule für Welthandel. And I think when I started was the first year when it was called Wirtschaftsuniversität Wien. So, long ago. Some days ago, when I started to think what I'm going to tell you, what I normally do is I take my notes from other keynotes and try to put together in order to fit to the title. And I was struggling a bit because the title is kind of how startups create an impact on our world and how you can scale your startup up to the greatest impact. So I asked ChatGPT. I said, can you please prepare me a 20 minutes keynote with exactly that title? And the outcome was interesting, and I had several learnings when I read it. One, it was very well structured, probably much better structured than I structure normally my keynotes. Secondly, it was in excellent English, much better than my more Viennese English, like my friends tend to say. And third, everything which was written was correct. But when I read it a second time, at the end of that, I thought, I do not really know anything more after having read that. Is that really something I would like to talk to you, or I would read to you? Would you be wiser at the end of that? And so finally, and I think that's good for my ego, I said, wow, ChatGPT is still not as good as I am. At least I'm thinking that. So I will talk to you about my own experience and not what ChatGPT told me. Apart from the first, they suggested to start with an introduction, so I will do that. I'm Austrian, I'm 71 years old. I started to be a business angel in 2010, 13 years ago. And before that, I was living and working abroad, Germany, UK, and about 20 years in Spain, working in the pharmaceutical industry. I was what you would call a top executive in big international pharma, running companies with 1,000 people and more, sitting on many boards. And in 1995, I had the opportunity to do a management buyout, buying a manufacturing plant from that company I was working for in Spain, and started my own company. I founded a company. I mean, I started with 400 people. So I built up my own pharmaceutical company, sold it then in several parts back to the pharmaceutical industry. That is how it works. and started to invest still in Spain in several companies, not as a business angel. I would say more as a financial investor. In 2010, I decided to come back to Austria, and more by accident, I invested in 2 startups, and after several months, I realized this is exactly what I wanted to do. Since then, at the beginning, me as a one-man show alone, and since 2 years with a small team of 3 women. You have seen one of them, Lisa Paul-Weber. She was before in the panel, and 2 more women, so we are 75% women in our team. But in the first 10 years, I invested alone, and now, since then, we have done around 75 startup investments. We still have 50 active companies, so we'll ask what happened to the difference. The difference of 25 were exits. Not all of them were exits, how you understand the word exit. Around 15 of these companies we sold successfully to acquirers who did something with it. And the other 10 were also exits. They failed, but for me they were exits. I'm not any longer shareholder of that company, so it depends how you define the word exit. You know? What does motivate me to be a business angel? I learned it at the very beginning, and now I come back to what the title is. Let's talk about impact. Impact, in a wider sense for me, is, I think Lisa mentioned that before, we define it always what makes the world a little bit better. And I thought I can have a lot of impact investing in startups, because I can choose the people I want to invest in. I can choose in which business models I invest. I can choose the people that have the right mindset, which I like to work together with them. And this is exactly how I think also you should start thinking about impact. It's not just about the business project of the startup you're going to found, if you want to found one. It starts already when you are looking for ideas. Which is the right idea? It starts when you're looking for your co-founder. Yes, complementary skill set is important, but the mindset is at least as important. Look for co-founders that have similar mindsets, that have similar values like you, a similar vision like you. When you hire your first people as an entrepreneur and CEO and the one who takes the decision, it's your decision which people you are hiring. It's your decision which company culture you are implementing. Is it a company culture where values are really on a high level, where respect, open communication, transparency, gender equality are important? This is where impact starts. Obviously, when you then have a business model and sell your product to many people in the world, is also important which product you are selling and which impact does that product have in the world. But it starts much, much earlier. Let's talk a little bit about scaling up. In our current portfolio of 50 companies, as I mentioned, we have many scale-ups. Companies you might know, like Storebox, Tractive, Anyline, Credit2, Journey, and others more. But I would like to focus on 5 startups. I think you all know them, that have been the big exits in Austria over the last years. They all have been scale-ups, and they all, from my point of view, although they have been founded 10 or 12 or 14 years ago, long ago, had their positive impact on the world. That should be, at least I will try it, a little bit a proof of what Lisa said before and what I'm saying. Are we investing in companies with good impact? You might know the name Spock, the company Spock, the flea market app. It's an Austrian company. It was quite well known in Austria, but not that important in Austria for several reasons, legal reasons. Don't want to talk about that now. They were more important in other countries. They were very important, very successful in Germany, in UK, in Italy. And what have they done? They have sold second-hand products. Is that good for the environment? Yes, I think so. Because instead of throwing away, you had the possibility to very, very easily sell a second-hand product and reduce waste. Is that positive impact? Yes, it is, clearly. Was it a successful company? Is it? I think now it is. It wasn't when we sold it. A very profitable company? Yes. We sold it for 200 million euros. Another company I would like to mention, I never remember the names of my companies. Durchblicker. You might know the price comparison platform Durchblicker. We sold it 1.5 years ago. Durchblicker had a very positive impact. Maybe more positive than many others, or than many others could think. You know, they are comparing different verticals. One of them, for example, is insurance. You might know that the Austrian insurance market is absolutely not transparent for reasons. In general, in average insurance, it's much more expensive in Austria than in other European countries. And the big players do not want to talk about that. And they do not want to have transparency. So having a company like Durchblicker, which makes these prices transparent, has an enormous positive effect for everybody, for your money. Many, many people are spending much less money in all these verticals Durchblicker had than before. It was a little bit more complicated with Durchblicker because compared to all other startups, you always talk about international startups. Durchblicker was just an Austrian startup because it's not easy or practically impossible to go with that business model to other European countries because every European market is totally different than that and has totally different players. The other company I'm sure you know is Rantastic. Rantastic, a company we sold several years ago for 225 million to Adidas. Did they have a positive impact? I mean, they had between, I think, 150 and 180 million registered users who downloaded the app and were motivated to run, to do sports, to do exercise, to have a healthier lifestyle. Is that a positive impact? I think so. I still remember the years, I think it was in 2013 and 2014, when we had downloads of between 250 and 280,000 downloads of the app every single day worldwide. Can you imagine that? So in 1 week, 2 million new registered users. That's long ago because it would be too expensive today. Today there are 1,000 times more apps in the App Store. But at that time it was possible. Another one is Busuu, the language learning company. I mean, to make language learning affordable for hundreds of thousands and millions of people, is this a positive effect? Yes, I think so. It is. It's a very positive effect. And the last one, maybe the one I'm the proudest of, is MySugar, the company which controls your diabetes type 1. That company has been founded by 4 people, and 3 of them were suffering from diabetes 1. And that, by the way, I think that was also mentioned before. It is very, very important, if it's possible, that you solve a problem that you know very well. Ideally, a problem you have, or a problem one of your family or beloved people has. The motivation to solve that problem is much, much bigger than to solve any other problem. These people, these founders, had the motivation to solve their own problem. So they never give up. Even if it's a long journey, they never give up because they know if they don't solve their problem, they will have huge health problems when they are 50 or 55 or 60 years old, when you have diabetes type 1. So these are 5 examples from scale-ups. They all had between 50 and 200 employees, real scale-ups, and they had a positive impact. When I started to invest, I always brought together my companies, the founders of my companies, And one of the founders at the very beginning said, let's give our group a name. They called it Huntsman Group, according to my name. And the reason why we used the name and why we came together was because we all had similar values. The founders of these companies and I, as an investor, we had similar values. Values that I mentioned before: respect, transparency, open communication, helping each other. With the years, and mostly in the last 2 years, we invested in more diverse teams. There was a change in our strategy. That's also the reason why my own team is very much female. And the more and more female founders joined that group. Some of them said that one day, hey, I don't want to be a member of a Huntsman Group, although, I mean, it's my name. So it was very easy to change it. We changed it to Hans Women Group. And in the last 2 years, the group of founders of all our companies, of the active companies and also of the companies we have sold, we are still coming together on a regular basis and help each other. It's not necessary that everybody reinvents the wheel again, because the problems of founders are always similar, and helping each other is extremely important. So, talking a little bit more about scaling up, I think you all know or should know the 5 different stages every startup is going through. First, problem and solution. That also, I mean, many of the things I wanted to say have been mentioned before, to be honest. So you don't mind if some of them I'm going to repeat. So at the very beginning, when you decide you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to do something, you are looking for a problem which you want to solve. And at this moment, you are really trying to find people, trying to understand their pain points, trying to understand what is the market. You do market research. That's typically the phase where you do not need any financing. You are bootstrapping. The next phase is, phase number 2 is MVP, minimum viable product. You think that you have identified that problem. You think that the market is big enough. You build your product and you start getting data from your users. This is very, very important, getting data from your users. Startups are always numbers driven. Never forget that. That's the big advantage startups have compared to big corporates. They think they are numbers driven, but they are not. They know their profit and loss account and some additional data. Startups know everything about their users. That's our big advantage. So MVP means do really start knowing your user. Know how long is he engaged. Does he come back? Does he not come back? What type of user is he? Is he 30 years old, 50 years old, 20 years old? Try to learn that exactly. And if you have an MVP and have first traction, you can go out, if you have a good story and if you are a good storyteller, to get a pre-seed round. Storytelling is important. I think that was also mentioned before. It's not just having a great product and a great solution. You also have to be able to tell it to the people, to convince other people, whether it's investors, whether it's your co-founders, whether it's the people you're hiring, whether it's your customers. You always have to be able to convince people. So you need somebody in your team who is able to do that, to convince. Selling is convincing, nothing else. So let's come to the third. The third one is product market fit. That's probably the phase where most of startups are failing. To really see that if you spend little money on a certain channel, trying to find out how much money do you have to spend to acquire a customer and what is the value of that customer. This very important relationship between CAC, customer acquisition cost, and LTV, lifetime value. And to find out whether the lifetime value of the customer is much bigger than the customer acquisition cost. And if you are able to build up some traction with that, and you can show that, and you still are a good storyteller, you get a nice seed round. And with that seed round, you start to scale up. And that's what we are talking. We start to scale up. What does that mean? We know which channels and where we can find our customers. We know exactly who our customers are. We know exactly the lifetime of our customers. We just put in €1 and know how many euros are coming back. If you can show that to your Series A or Series B investor, it's very easy to get the money. But it comes also along with some problems. It comes along with the problems that you might find out as a founder that one thing is starting a company, and secondly, scaling up a company to 50 or 100 or 200 people is a totally different thing. Maybe you do not have any experience, probably you don't have that experience to scale up the company. So you need to find the right people. You need to hire really good people for scale up that have that experience. And for the first time, you have to ask yourself the important question, or to explain yourself, or try that somebody explains it to you, the difference between being a founder, shareholder, and being a manager. At the very beginning, it's the same. But then at some moment, you can have the idea that maybe the 10% I still own the company. It would be better that somebody else is doing the job that I'm doing because he's better at it. Well, and phase number 5 is then the maturity when they do an IPO or whatever. I mean, there haven't been so many IPOs in Austria, and in startups even less. Exits happen normally in phase 3 or 4. Most of the exits happen in phase 4 because it can happen that you have a successful company doing nice revenues, but you are kind of forced to do an IPO because you are too expensive for the acquirer. There's no acquirer who is able to buy you. But that's an additional problem. I don't think we should touch about that now. So let me come to a small summary. I think you guys are living in a privileged time and are in a privileged position because never before in history there have been so many problems to solve. And that means never before there have been so many opportunities to do business. And if you are lacking ideas, just think about a very simple example. I mean, think about artificial intelligence, blockchain, and virtual reality, and mix that up with the areas where the most problems are, like climate, energy, health, and maybe food. And if you mix these two things up, you will have thousands of ideas. There's never a better day to start a new company than just today. So if you feel that you want to be an entrepreneur, I would recommend you just do it. Is it going to be hard? Oh, yes. No, not hard. Very hard. Believe me. It's a long journey. It takes normally 10, 12, 14 years. I sold Puzu, or we sold Puzu when it was 14 years old. We sold Durchblicker when it was 12 years old, and I was invested 11 years. So it's a long journey, even if it's successful. It's a shorter journey when it's not so successful. I mean, if the company fails, it should fail as quick as possible. That's always good. But it's really hard. Life of a startup founder is most of the time exhausting. You will have moments where you hate it, and that's also a reason why it is so important to have the right co-founders. It's too much if you do it alone. It's, by the way, no-go for venture capitalists to invest in companies that have solo founders. So always have a team. You can start with 2, 3, or 4. I would recommend maximum 4 people, not 5, because if you have 5, your stake in the company is already too small. So start. Try to find your idea. Try to find your co-founder. Don't forget the market size. That's very important. And don't forget the values, which brings you at the end of the day to the impact you want to achieve. And don't forget diversity. I'm very much convinced that a world with more women with power would be a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Hansi. Do you want to take questions from the audience? Yeah? Okay, awesome.
That was the idea, no?
Yeah, questions. Questions. Here you go.
Thank you very much. This was really amazing and a lot of value packed in so little time. Also, the last touch on the woman empowering women more is really good. I really believe the same. On my notes, what I'm thinking, I have like a little maybe critic on the solo founder note in connection with a lot of creators out there, and they are advocating the solopreneur way at the end of the day, and they are making quite a lot of revenue and quite automating it using AI, which is, and they are not even looking for investors since they are already at revenue stage without not much expenses. So I would still really encourage people to do that.
I agree with you. If you don't need investors, if you don't need money, and you are a solo founder, just start your business and go on. What I was talking about is, I mean, it's a matter of fact, venture capital companies just do not like solo founders because of what I explained. They want to invest in a team. It's also much more risky for them to invest in a solo founder, because if you have a solo founder and the solo founder has a problem or suddenly says, well, I mean, I have the company now, I've got the money, but I have changed my ideas, I want to do something else. So as an investor, that's a very bad situation. If you have 2 or 3 or 4 people, that's less likely to happen. So if you need investors, it's better to have co-founders. If you don't need investors, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, in general, I admire every entrepreneur, to be honest, because being an entrepreneur is what that world needs, also what Austria needs. We need more entrepreneurs because it's entrepreneurs creating workplaces and they are moving the economy, nobody else. And being an entrepreneur is very difficult, but being a startup entrepreneur is a little bit more difficult. Why is that? Because startup entrepreneurs, I haven't mentioned the word innovation in my speech before, I remember just now, they are doing something which nobody else has done before, because that's called innovation or disruption. What does it mean? It means that you have to try out whether things are working. And normally they don't work at the first time. You have to try it out 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, and then it works. And once it works, you're happy and you start developing the next feature. And it's the same again. So as a startup entrepreneur, you have, most of the time you are frustrated because things are not working. And from once a month or every 2 months, you have a happy moment and find something out and then just go on into the next critical phase. That's the reason why being alone makes it very, very hard. So it's easy to fall down, it's easy to have a crisis, and then it's better to have somebody who really understands what you're doing. That's the co-founder or the co-founders.
Another question over here.
Hello. Do you maybe want to go a little more deeper into the Spock issue? You mentioned that Spock wasn't focusing on Austria. Was it perhaps that at this time already Willhaben was occupying the market space, or were there different other reasons?
I said I couldn't really talk about that, but to give you a hint, Willhaben and Spock had the same owners.
I saw a hand over here.
What would you say makes a good investor from the startup point of view?
I think you have to differentiate between the phase of investment. A business angel should have different characteristics than a seed investor, Series A investor, Series B investor. Series B investor or Series C investor, the main characteristic that's easy to answer is he needs a lot of money and he will give you 30 million, 50 million, 100 million or whatever is needed. And it's not so important. There are other characteristics because the business model is already working, it just needs money to run. It's very important in the early stage to have an investor who really supports you. support, and you have to be very clear as a founder what you need from your investor. So you should, before you take an investor on board, before you take his money, ask him what he can provide you, what you can expect from him. I mean, expectation management, that's everything. You can ask other companies where he is invested and ask them how is the cooperation with or the relationship with them. But I mean, in fact, in general, most of the founders, most of the startups founders are quite young. They do not have a lot of working experience. They have maybe studied on university or not. They have maybe no working experience or 1 or 2 or 3 years. They have never scaled up a company or never led an organization. They have never seen a B2B customer and they have no idea how to deal with a B2B customer. And that's all things the investor can help you, because the investor has, if he has done it, has done probably everything what I have mentioned now, because investors normally are either entrepreneurs and had their own companies, or they are at least managers who have had very high level positions, because if not, they were not able to invest into startup companies to have the money available. So they have done that. They have done that before. It's bringing together know-how, experience, and the passion and energy and the idea of the young people. That's what I'm looking for ideally. I love to work together with young people because they have that energy I do not have, I'm lacking. They have passion, they have the great idea, they have learned something in university I maybe do not even understand. But when they explain it to me, then I will understand it. And then I can help them in terms of business, because having a great idea is just one thing. The execution of the idea is much more important and much more difficult. There's this saying, the idea is 1% and 99% is execution. And in this execution, a business angel can really be very helpful.
We have time for one last question right here. Quick.
Have you had failed projects, and what was the reason of the...
Sorry, what was the first part?
Have you had failed projects?
Yes, I mentioned before that from 25 companies, the difference between 75 and 50 is 25 companies, 15 were sold successfully and 10 had to close down. Well, there are many different reasons for that. At the very beginning, I really was suffering with the first 1 or 2 companies I had to close down. I have the tendency to give them more money than what is economically really reasonable, because I was always thinking, okay, there was the moment where I really believed in these founders. There was the moment where I believed in the business model, but it's not working. I cannot believe that. So as long as the founders really still believe in it and want to make it happen, I'm there, although maybe a venture capital company would not put more money into that. One of the main reasons is founder clash, why companies fail. In fact, I think it's the most important reason why companies that otherwise would be or have successful and good business models are failing. I mean, there's also a reason why this is happening. If you think about people coming together 25 years old, they are still not fully developed in all their characteristics. And being together in a startup company means that you're working 24/7 and everything goes much faster. It's really accelerating. So, I mean, you get adult very easy and very quick. And what does that mean? It happens the same that, I mean, if a couple 19 years old come together and they are totally in love, and maybe after 5 years they realize that they're developing in different directions at a different pace. That's exactly what's happening also with startup founders. So, for example, when you identify a clear leader in the first phase, but 1 or 2 years later you realize that another person, another founder, has developed faster and better and has a stronger personality now, that's a wonderful basis for a founder clash.
Very interesting. So we've actually got a little bit more time. I just got a signal from them. Oh, look, so many hands. I'm going to give it over here.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is a little bit broad, but it's very important. I came from New York City, first generation immigrant, And I actually had, like, you know, I'm a little scary cat that would likes to work for startups first and get the idea. And I remember when I was working in one of the pharmacy startups, we had a cyber attack from Israel. And I know America is a little bit more competitive in that phase. Like you said, it's very important to know your users, right? Because, and like my question is, in terms of like, how am I will provide a security, and I have a security background right now, how am I going to provide a security, cyber security for my clients? And I know lots of Austrians, for instance, very reluctant to give your data, because data is everything, right? And I know how our customers back then was scammed for the social security numbers and other things, and that was quite scary. You know, like if I have competition and other companies from India or Israel or other people gonna hack me, steal the data and things like that, have you ever had that experience? And if you have even thinking in that direction, what would you advise? Thank you.
I'm not sure whether I understood that question 100%, but I mean, finally, I mean, a startup is a startup and it's not a corporate, and every client could have some doubts whether it's good to have business with that startup in the long run, because the startup maybe in 1 year and 2 years will not exist. So it mainly comes back to you convincing your client. Is that answering your question, or what is? Can you say the question in one sentence? Well, I mean, you can do exactly the same like any other company out there, whether it's a startup or not. You have to show what is state of the art. Are you applying state of the art? Have you servers? Have you other servers there? Have you the right procedures in place, which is securing the data? You can all that show you, and you can offer tech due diligence to a certain extent to somebody, whether you're really doing that. If you're not doing that, you cannot secure that. That's quite easy. I mean, there are many startups out there handling with data, and we have very strong data protection laws, and they have to deal with it. And if they deal with the laws, and if they, they're obliged to do so. I do not really see the problem in that here in Austria, to be honest. Apart from the fact that many Austrians have a problem in general to give away their data, like with the e-card or things like that.
We have one last question over here on your right.
So first of all, thanks Hansi for your talk. And as we hopefully all know, you were an instrumental part of building the Austrian startup ecosystem in the last 10, 12 years. So my question now is, what is your vision for the Austrian startup ecosystem for the next 5 years? Thank you.
Well, I mean, yes, we have a much better startup ecosystem today than 12 years ago, 13 years ago. Much, much better, but I'm always saying on a scale from 1 to 10, I think we moved from 2 to 4. Instead from 2 to 7 or 8. And we could have moved from 2 to 8 if there was a minimum of political support, which we did not have. I mean, I'm not going to repeat things that have been said today or will be said today. We all know that there's no political support at all, to be honest. It's 4 or 5 very, very easy things that could be done, and they are not done, and then we could be much, much better. Apart from that, I think there is, we already have a number of exits, and these are extremely important because the founders of these exits, all these companies I mentioned, it's about 13 or 14 founders, they all are business angels. They all are investing into startups. And in fact, they are the best business angels that are possible because they really know how to do it. They have done it just recently. And many startup founders go to them in order to have them on board. So, and this will really help. We really have to grow the system in a progressive way, like it happened, for example, in the Silicon Valley more than 20 years ago with the so-called PayPal mafia. When PayPal was sold and many people got a lot of money, they invested everything in startups. It was Peter Thiel, it was Elon Musk, and many others. And they started this wave, this huge wave, which created Silicon Valley like it, well, I cannot say like it is today, like it was 3 or 4 years ago. And that's what we need in a much smaller, it will be a much smaller wave anyway, but something like that is really what we need, and I think this is happening here. There's one other thing which I'm not sure whether we can ever change that in Austria. The typical Austrian is not a typical entrepreneur, I would say. So, I mean, the number of entrepreneurs as a percentage of the population is smaller than in other countries, smaller than in US, smaller than in Israel, smaller than in those countries, even in Europe, that have more economic problems, to be honest. Because, I mean, many people found a startup because there's no other alternative. I remember, for example, in Spain, after the big economic crisis in 2012, when Spain had an unemployment rate of 26 or 27% and 50% of young people, many hundreds and thousands of startups were created. And you can see now a really flourishing startup scene in Spain, mainly Madrid and in Barcelona. It's huge, it's really huge, and it came out of a crisis because people didn't have an alternative. That's something that still has not happened in Austria, thanks God, we could say. So we are living a wonderful life here. We have no economic or very little economic problems in general. But that also means that we have a small number of entrepreneurs who are really willing to go the hard way. And that will affect the future.
Hansi, thank you very much. Everybody give a round of applause for Mr. Hansi Hansmann. Thank you. Thank you. I think one of the things that Hansi spoke about, which I really resonate with, is this idea that despite the fact that, you know, so much is going on and so much has been done, there's still never a better time to start a startup. I know that something that's often been, for me as an entrepreneur, you know, you always think, but it's done already. You know, all the big opportunities have already been tackled, but it's not true. With new technology, with no code, low code, blockchain, AI, there's still so many problems that we can tackle, and by using these new resources and these new technologies that we're finding, there's so much we can do, and it's on you guys here, it's on the students, you know, it's on the youth of today to create that future. So please, always believe in yourself, you can do that, and there's so many opportunities out there for you to take. So thank you, Hansi, for those words. I think people learned a lot. There were so many people who got really angry with me because I didn't let them ask you a question, because everybody wants to ask a question, but alas, we have to move on. So now we have our next panel discussion. I would like the next slide to come up. So if you could please click that. We'll be talking about artificial brilliance. So just like I said, some more new technologies. We're going to be hearing from Justin. He is the co-founder of Impact AI. We have Tamara, co-founder of brightmind.ai, and we have Cher, industry lead at Google Austria, and this will be moderated by Vicky. So give it a round of applause. If you can all come onto the stage, please welcome and thank you. Take your time, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
I promise I don't bite. You don't have to stay that far away. Well, I think I'll come a bit closer and make it a little bit more fireside chatty. Thank you for being here. Really excited to discuss this topic, which seems to confuse and also excite so many people. And I guess the first little freebie question I want to throw to everyone is, what excites you about AI?
What excites me? You want to start?
Okay, I'll start. So my background's actually in neuroscience, so I have to say I'm really, really interested in the human brain, and so it's natural for me to just compare the two. So I'm really excited about the concept of intelligence in general and what is different about the way we think about things versus artificial intelligence, and also the relationship between the two. So how can we get smarter through AI? How can the way we think improve models? Yeah, that's me.
Great answer. I think initially why I got into AI was the same. I had a bit of a neuroscience background, and the connection between the brain and AI algorithms like deep neural nets is very interesting. I mean, reading how to build software that mirrors your brain. It's incredible, right? Everyone loves this. How can you not like this? But I think what really excites me right now is this opportunity we have to connect humans and AI. We have that opportunity now. We've been talking about this for a long time, utilizing AI, using it to solve problems. Now, it's going to solve problems for humans, problems for us. And just maybe in the last few years, we might be able to flip that algorithm, flip that equation and say, rather than AI solving problems for humans, it might be that humans have the power and say, this is what I need from an AI. Humans having the power in this ecosystem. And that's what I think is most exciting, that we have that chance now as humans to be quite powerful and really our own leaders in this new generation that's coming between humans and AI.
Sure.
Thanks for the invite, first of all, and for the freebie question. I'm fully aware that most people in the room probably don't remember a time when there was no internet. I do. And I think it's pretty clear that the internet was one of the biggest technological revolutions that's happened, full stop. About 10, 15 years later, the mobile revolution came. Some would argue not quite as big, but in theory, if you think about it, taking all the information and all the tech competencies from a desktop into your pocket and allowing you to use that everywhere you are was a big change as well. And I think AI is the next big evolution. And so, to echo what's been said, the opportunities are huge. And so this is a great time.
No, that's a very valid point. And I think one of the most interesting aspects and the dynamics in our panel is that we have two startup representatives here, and we also do have the behemoth that is Google. So before I want to listen to a little bit more about how the startups are navigating this difficult ecosystem at the moment, how does Google see this evolving landscape of AI?
It's not something that's very new, right? And I know it's been in the media a lot for 6-8 months or so, and that's exciting by itself. But back in 2018 or 17, actually, Google called itself an AI-first company. That was before anybody really thought about AI a lot, except for the panelists here, of course, who are ahead of the curve. But in general, Google's been using AI technology on the cloud side, on our ads business, and for many of our products and services for over a decade. And I'm pretty sure most people in this room have used a product that's been powered by AI of some form. So I think for us, it's a great opportunity. There's definitely also the responsibility aspect that I'd highlight. We take our role as one of the bigger players in the tech space and the responsibility that comes with developing and bringing AI across the world extremely seriously. We're actually chatting before. We published ethics and principles around how to use AI in 2018. That was an open invitation to governments, to businesses, to academia to sit down at a table and think about what are some of the rules we want to put in place for AI. This is going to be a very profound technology that will impact many different aspects of life. And so there should probably be some sort of a rule book or something like that to help navigate the space. And this conversation has been progressing a lot faster in the last couple of months, and I do think it's extremely important for all the big players in this space to take this very seriously and think about, yes, the opportunity on the one hand, and let's make sure innovation can happen, but at the same time, let's be responsible with it. And finding that line is very difficult, and that's, I think, one of the biggest challenges that not only Google has, but most companies and also most governments have at this point.
No, I think that's an excellent segue actually to Justin, because I do know that you do a lot of work in that field, in that industry. What do you think drew you to it? What inspired you to actually take part in that side of the field?
Sure. So we're involved in the area of responsible AI, and Sher makes a great point. We can't just look at the opportunity. We also need to make sure we're finding the line where AI is responsible, that it serves us, it serves humans, it serves our interests. And I think it's Sam Altman said about 2 months ago, the founder of OpenAI, he said, the challenge we have in front of us is how do we align AI with human values? And he said it's not just going to be the biggest challenge of our lifetime, it's going to be the biggest challenge of humanity. And I think everyone in this room has a responsibility to be part of that discussion, because there's a lot of bright people, I'm sure, here, people that want to start their own business, get involved in the ecosystem of AI. And we need to do it responsibly. We need to do it in a way we develop trustworthy AI, in a way that we develop impactful AI. And what drew us really to it is that demand and that immediate need now for people to get involved in this space. You know, Google, companies like Google, Sher mentioned that there's this, yes, they've got a great view on responsible AI, so does Microsoft, so do many of the good players in the game. They're doing it right, they're doing it responsibly, and many are following their lead. Google's one of the first to move, and many are following their lead. And I think also to come back to the original question, yes, we need to do responsible AI, but we need to develop. We need to develop products. And Google and companies like this are now leading this, and of course the startups, where there's this huge demand to build AI products. And every week, new things are coming out, new AI products are coming to market. Now we need to make sure that they do well and they're responsible for humans, but we need to build them. We need people out there building and building and building. So the opportunity of building is there, and the responsibility of making that AI good and impactful is also there.
No, I think that's a great point. Tamara?
So yeah, I think I also specialize a bit in AI interpretability, and I think it should become a really growing area so that we really understand what they're actually learning to then optimize and make sure that it's responsible. I think for startups as well, it's really important to see, okay, how can I actually leverage this technology and really try to focus on working smart. So there's tons of models that are readily available, there's tons of data sets that are readily available, and just leveraging on that, leveraging on pre-trained models and grasping opportunities and really think about how to work smarter is something I would really, really encourage you to do. So and one thing I think one should really focus on is how can I use AI technologies to automate parts I don't like doing. So for example, with ChatGPT and coding, it can support in tons of ways, but it can also be very good at repetitive tasks such as code documentation, or how can I make it look nicer, or how can I implement unit testing. So I think really using it to leverage things that you can therefore do faster and automate parts that you don't like doing is something I encourage you all to do.
I think in the audience as well, there must be many people who've probably used ChatGPT to get out of some kind of a task, but sure.
I'd maybe like to bring a pretty mundane but very real example. It's not going to be too long before we can use AI to pre-write emails, right? Maybe not 100% of an email, but even 50 or 80%. And if any, I write a lot of emails every day, and I don't enjoy writing that many emails, but it kind of is part of the job. If I can reduce the time I spend on writing emails by using prompts that will pre-write a very nicely written email with certain tone and then fine-tune it with 20% of the time instead of 80%, then I'm actually going to have a lot more time to do other things. You know, work with the team, work with clients, maybe just think, me time, focus time. And I think if we can manage to use AI to take away the boring aspects of work, or the things that need to be done because they're important, but nobody enjoys sitting down and actually typing an email, then I think there's a lot of opportunity to use that time wisely. And I think that's actually where the complication comes in. Can we use that time wisely, or do we end up sending even more emails? But time will tell.
No, sure. That's one way to look at it, and I think it's going to be an interesting scenario in how that plays out. But I think tomorrow, you're a deeply respected person in your field in terms of how you analyze and work, and a deeply academic person as well. How would you recommend that people view AI through the lens of academia, or wanting to join into the field of scientific study in AI?
So, I mean, I think if it's something that interests you, it's definitely a growing field. I also think it's going to become, because of low-code, no-code developments, it's going to become easier to penetrate the field. So if it's something that you're curious about, figure out what aspect you think is most promising, where you think the world is moving, and what questions you want to answer in academia. Yeah.
But would you say that it's more important to understand how to use AI, or to build AI systems or algorithms, or the back end of it?
So I think low-level coding is becoming less and less relevant. So it's becoming easier to implement. So it's more about understanding the fundamental principles and how to best leverage that. The classical way of how you build a model is changing fundamentally. So you used to write everything from scratch, and now you're building more and more upon libraries, and even telling someone like ChatGPT to write parts of your code for you. So I think I would definitely encourage people to move into the higher level ways, and build on previous models as well.
No, I think that's really good advice for anyone who's interested in considering a future there as well. But looking back into the startup perspective, since we are, of course, at Entrepreneurship Avenue, what advice would you give to founders who are considering creating a venture in the AI ecosystem? And perhaps I'll start off with Justin here and hear your thoughts there.
Persist. Don't stop. Just keep going. Persist, persist, persist. Now, you got to do it smart. You got to go into things. You have to go into things with everything that you got. If you have first set your North Star. Once you've set your North Star, look for a business model that can support it. You may not end at that business model. You might not even start at that business model, but set one up. And you'll find yourself, as you grow and as you build, you might pivot around, but you'll always keep walking towards your North Star, or make sure you keep walking towards your North Star. So keep the North Star there, work towards it, and persist up to the point when you simply can't do it anymore. Of course, you have to be smart. Sometimes you have to let go. Sometimes you have to move on, and sometimes you have to give up. But keep that North Star there and persist towards it. That's really the only truism I've found in successful CEOs and startups.
If it's not too personal, what was your North Star when you started out?
That AI serves humans, not the other way around.
Nice. I mean, we don't want a Terminator repeat or anything like that, but of course, that's a whole other discussion. But it does bring up the topic that I have a lot of friends who are outside of business too, and artists are really coming to embrace AI, and they find that creativity is something that potentially artificial brilliance, hint, hint, title of the little panel here today, but also it is a way for them to express things in a way that they could not have done so without it. As someone with a neuroscience background, do you see that as an extension, or is it just an artifice of creativity, or is it more a way for us to embrace more, augment AI into our own creative processes?
So at the beginning, I was actually very anti-generative art, because I thought you're taking one of the only areas where humans actually like what they're doing, and you're trying to use AI. But I think it's just one medium in your toolkit, right? So as an artist, you have different tools, and now that has been expanded to something where you can maybe also instruct what you want to see, and then say, oh no, but that's not exactly the way I meant it, etc. And it gives you a much faster feedback of generating things. So I think it's a different way of a different outlet of your creativity that can be incredibly gratifying.
Of course, no. I think it's quite unnerving the first time you use one of those applications, Midjourney, DALL-E, all of them. It's fascinating to see that. But I think it does come back to the concept of transformation. And as a layman, as someone who's not an expert like you in the field, it feels that we are at this edge of this precipice of rapid transformation. And the question that I'm asking is, are we expecting it to continue at this rate? Is it going to go even faster? Where are we on that journey towards the transition of a really, really AI-enhanced world? Cher, perhaps you could start off there.
My understanding is that there's no consensus amongst the experts on what the next few years will look like in terms of AI development. I think we're definitely at a very interesting age. Our CEO repeats we're at an inflection point, and we do expect to see significant and profound impact across many, many industries in the next couple of years. There's many scenarios of what that might look like. I think the way I personally try to see it, and I think this is also something that many other people have echoed, is it's really a mindset, and it's similar to my example from earlier, maybe 20 years ago or so, when the internet first started happening. Many people struggled with that concept. It was like, what do I need? What is this? How does it work? Why do I need it? What's it going to help me with? And yes, it was a little bumpy along the way, but overall, it's been very good for many, many aspects of different parts of everybody's life, personal and work life. And I think AI is going to enhance, right? And we have the opportunity here. I said earlier, I think we need to do it responsibly, and everybody needs to play a role. So it's actually really, really cool to see startups taking positions like that, and not leaving it to governments and the big companies to do. They also need to do it, don't get me wrong, but it's great to see the whole field being covered there. But the opportunity that AI has to enhance also in the creative space is very, very interesting. And what was the Canva founder was in Vienna last week, Melanie Perkins, I think her name is. And I mean, she's in a UX space. She's a designer by trade, and her product is design and helps people design things. And she said on stage at the For Game Changers Festival, AI is gonna boost our products and our services for our customers. And so I think that's the mindset, right? You need to have an open mindset to be able to take the best of what's happening on the technological space and try and use it for the product and service that you're doing. That's my opinion, the important part about it.
Tamara, do you have any thoughts on that?
Sorry, not at the moment.
Of course, no, that's perfectly fine. Perhaps Justin wants to help us out here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a little bit even more ambitious, I think, than Cher on this. I think that it is a very exciting time to be involved in AI. I've been thinking that for a long time, but I'm only saying that in the last year. I've been in AI for probably a decade, and I've seen it change with all the old coding practices around TensorFlow 1, like Tamara said, making your own algorithm in Python. It's changed significantly, and it's a lot easier. And everyone here can be involved in it. You don't need to be an expert. You don't need to have a PhD in AI. You just need to have the passion and the will and the right co-founders, as the last speaker mentioned, and the right people around you. So I'm actually ambitious that now is the right time. And I think there's one more reason why. Because the big companies are pushing very hard to get AI into their products. And we're seeing that. We're seeing that with Google, all the way down to every Fortune 500 company. They're there, they're motivated, and they're saying, okay, we need to get AI into our product somehow. How do we do it? And they're hiring to do it, and their OKRs are set around it, and their business strategy is set around it. And what that's doing is driving the startups to go even faster. So I hate to break it to you, but things are changing really, really, really quick. So if you want to be an entrepreneur, if you want to get involved, you need to run on the wheel, and you need to run faster. You need to run faster than the big guys. So it's challenging, it's competitive, but there's a lot of opportunity if you move in the next few years to get to be some of the first to move in this space. So I'm very, very excited.
No, well, thank you. That's really an insightful answer. And I think I just want to zoom out for a little bit and just look at the both of you as startup founders specifically. It's an exciting adventure to embark on. And I know that Justin's been part of multiple, if not 3, startups over the last few years. And of course, Mara is very successful in her own right as well. Would you, of course, the answer is probably yes, but would you recommend people take that jump? And if so, why? Why should they be brave? Why should they take that leap into the unknown?
So I think as a founder, you have to be an optimist. That's something I've noticed. Because it is, you are sort of fighting a bit against the odds, and there will be challenges hit your way at different stages. So if you're not fundamentally a very optimistic person that's really excited about this and can handle a few hits, right, it might not make you as happy as other career choices. In general, I think it's been an incredible journey. I think you learn a ton about how companies are set up. You learn a ton about who you need to achieve certain goals. It's a really, really exciting journey. And it's something I would encourage people to do because I think it's a lot of fun and it's a challenging endeavor. But it depends on what type you are. And I do think the expectation is often that you found early, which I'm not sure, although I'm a young founder myself, is necessarily the most sensible, because at the end of the day, you're leading a huge and usually very experienced team. So I think there's never the wrong time to found, but you don't have to rush into it. I think getting industry experience, et cetera, makes a lot of sense as well. If you do want to found in the AI space, I think one thing is founding in the AI space, the other is leveraging AI in a maybe less AI-related field. But I think if you do want to leverage AI or found in the AI space, one of the questions that are often asked as a startup is why now? And since it's a very changing field, there's tons of opportunities where if you look at, okay, what has happened in the last even months, right? And how is that relevant to what I want to found? That could give you a thinking point to start.
I totally agree with Tamara there. It really is, there's nothing wrong with getting some experience, right? There really isn't. But once you find the right time, I think as an entrepreneur, you'll feel the right time, right? Maybe I'll move the question a little bit as well to what do you need to see to be ready to jump in? You need to see a market, as the previous speaker mentioned very well. You need to see that market. You need to be able to develop a product, either you or your co-founding team, and you need to be able to sell. If you can't sell, you will not survive. Now, everyone here is saying there's three different things. They're very complex things, right? Selling is extremely difficult in this market, whether you're doing enterprise sales and you're a new founder, or even if you're doing straight to the consumer. Building a product is difficult, and the technology is difficult, and finding a market is challenging. But humans, we're adaptable, right? We learn very quickly. Anyone that's been following generative AI will know what one-shot learning is. It's where you can train a model really quickly on a small amount of data. And humans are the same. Think about something that you've never done before, and then go and do it. And then once you've done it, you'll find that was easy, and I can do it again and again and again. Then go do the next thing, and the next thing. Put yourself in uncomfortable positions. Try and sell, try and pitch your business, try and pitch your market to different people. Go and talk to people in different industries, and go and find people in this room, people sitting down that are motivated. Go and talk to them what their passion is. Find people with a common North Star. But I think you do need to find the right time to jump in. Don't be naive, it's challenging, but at the same time, if you're ambitious, you're motivated, if you've done enough testing, if you feel you're ready, then go for it.
No, I think that's great advice for everyone here who's considering making that leap. But it's not just about the startups, because there's so many big players in the industry as well. But one thing that is always attributed to just startups or entrepreneurs or the small scale founders is that hunger, that drive to keep persevering, to keep going, to keep being at the forefront of innovation. Google is now a veteran almost in the tech world and still remains very much at the top. How have you and your team and the people you worked with at Google found that drive to keep going? What drives you?
I think the answer is culture. Surprise, we don't have an innovation department with somebody sitting there thinking about how can we get everybody to innovate. And so if you have a company of our size, and I don't think it started recently, I think this is what the founders put into the company and it's developed along, is the culture of the company. And there's a few factors that I'd call out. One is it's an extremely supportive environment. So if you try something new, you're encouraged to do that. If you fail, you have learnings. You don't get punished for failing. The minute you punish somebody for failing, you're discouraging everybody else from taking any sort of risk. And so we actually do many projects and tests and all sorts of things on the client side, on the product side, everywhere. And not everything works out, but there's always a learning somewhere along the way. And as long as you can use those learnings and pass them on, then it's actually, there's a win somewhere in there for the teams, for the people, and for the company. So I think that concept is really important. The second aspect I'd highlight is internal mobility and the way you can progress your career at Google. We have many departments in many different spaces, and if you're good at what you do and you have a good track record and you're really passionate about something, in general, you have the opportunity to move into different spaces. And so, personally, I've been in 5 teams in the last 15 years. There's always been something to work towards, to get it, and then to become really good at it, and then you look at something else. And for me, that's worked really well, and I think it's something that the company really fosters. I'm not the only person who's managed to do that. It's and that really keeps people excited, and you feel like you don't start on the first day and know where you're going to be in 40 years before you retire, but you have the opportunity to craft your career, be it geographically, be it team-wise, function-wise, and so on. And I think the last thing is it's part of the hiring process. We hire extremely diverse. Every single job that I fill, we have a pipeline, we have gender diversity, we have background diversity. You don't need a university degree to work at Google in many positions. Some you do, and some you don't. I worked with somebody in a team in New York, actually, professional swimmer, Australian, won a silver medal at the Olympics, finished his swimming career and applied to Google. Somehow passed the interviews. He must have been really good at what he was saying. Didn't have a finished degree, I don't think. got in, and the value add of somebody with that type of career experience outside of our normal space elevated our whole team to another level. Like the way he tackled problems, the way he was able to stay calm, the discipline. It was something that nobody else in our teams had ever experienced, because none of us were professional athletes at any point. And so creating that diverse team of people with different backgrounds, making sure that diversity also is rewarded, right? And it's easy. You can hire a bunch of diverse people, but if you stick to the core principle of whoever is the manager in the team, then it doesn't really matter. You need to reward diversity, and then you can also breed innovation. And I think it's long proven that diverse teams are the best teams with the biggest output and the highest productivity. So if you create that, you foster it, and then you let it thrive, I think there's learning there.
Creativity through diversity. I mean, that's the key of our modern society at this point. Before we open it up to some questions, I thought I'd ask one final question from my side, quick one. Is there an AI tool that you use that's become indispensable to you? And it can be different ones, it can be the same. I know my answer, but it's very boring.
Get ChatGPT Plus. It's $25 a month. Just get it. It's worth it. 25 euros a month, sorry. Get on Twitter. Get on Twitter. Right now, there is an extremely good amount of information, and it's an AI product. There's an algorithm behind it, so there's a very good amount of information out there that motivates you, I think, daily to see what's happening. You are constantly following all the latest trends, the latest tools that are coming out, and it will blow your mind away every day. But like I said before with the wheel, if you jump on and you can run with the wheel, then you're doing great. So it's not exactly an AI tool per se, but it's a good source of getting involved and following the latest trends and motivating you to keep going.
Tomorrow?
I'm sorry, guys, my answer is very boring. So I wasn't as enthusiastic about ChatGPT when it started. I also think, in some ways, the way it's trained is the most rudimentary way one can train language, right? Just take a word out and put it back in. But I don't think there is a job where you cannot use aspects of ChatGPT, and I would recommend for Chat Plus, to make certain aspects faster. And I think everyone has to find their own relationship with it, of how it can maybe make you more efficient. But I do think right now it's also something where I'm thinking about how we can make our employees as efficient as possible by utilizing this. So I do think it's become very relevant.
Not going to surprise anybody maybe, but Bard. Bard is our equivalent. It's not available yet in Austria and the European Union countries. Obviously, employees have access, and it's extremely fun to play around with these types of tools and to see how they can be creative and fun on one side, but also actually facilitate work and get things done on the other side. So not very creative answer, but that's my one.
Loyal to the core.
Could I just mention briefly, and I'll give a bit of a plug to Google. So there is also some great generative AI app builders out there. Google has one that they're developing. I don't know if it's live, but there's a few out there. And if you're not a technical founder, then start there. You can, with easy prompts, start to develop your product, start to get a UI, start to get maybe even a small backend, and see how your product could look and visualize it. So there's plenty of tools out there for that. Google has one generative AI app builder, but there's quite a few others on the market. Imagico is another good one. Yeah, that's a great place to start.
All right. I think you guys have something to look up on Google. So let's take a few questions. James, if you could take the mic. Yes, sure. Front row, orange shirt.
I don't have a background in AI, but it's so interesting to me what Elon Musk is trying to do. I just have a scenario I want to ask, whether it's going to make it true or not. So he has this Neuralink company, and he has SpaceX to send human beings to Mars. And then he's trying to stop OpenAI to progress that fast. Is the assumption for him is that one day humans can transfer the memories through Neuralink to a cloud. And then when we corpse, collapse, die, and then we can really live forever. With the memories we have, there is a specific algorithm we have to make our life going, to make reasoning and interaction with others, with a robot, probably corpse. And then with that, we can utilize SpaceX to conquer Mars. Is that science fiction, or is it possible within our life before we die?
So I think within our life, this is going to be very unlikely. At the moment, Neuralink is at a stage where it's starting to understand, mapping out the motor cortex and starting to understand intention of movement. That's as far as it's gone. That's the area of the brain that we understand best. So being able to actually download memories and keep and encapsulate them in a complete form, I think is still very far away. Maybe it will be possible, but in the next 10 years, I don't see us getting close. That I'll say. However, aspects of that I think is going to be interesting. I also think the original idea of Neuralink and the main motivation is something that will not, in my opinion, be the way Neuralink will turn out. I think it's going to see opportunities on the way of what it's developing and end up somewhere else. Personally, I also have to say we should have a lot of appreciation for our bodies and what they do, and I'm not sure the goal should be to get out of them because they're amazing at what they do. But that's me.
Thank you for that question. I think we have one more over there. Yes?
Hello guys, I have a question regarding AI. I don't have an AI background, but I think that AI has a potential to have an impact on this world, just like the Industrial Revolution 250 years ago in the UK. My question is, when I talk to some people about AI, some of them it's like showing a caveman some smartphone or something, you know? It's like they don't know what it is, and they tend to think about it negatively, about the negative impact. And we have seen Sam Altman, for example, talk in the court about that it should be regulated, that AI should be regulated. Do you think that in the future there could be some limitations on what AI could or may not do? Like, do you think that it would be limited what we can do with AI? Because right now we can do whatever we want. We can lose any problem that we solve any problems that we want. Do you think that this could be limited in the future? Thank you.
I think that's a great question, and the answer is most likely. And I think, you know, the first thing that we need to think about is where does society currently stand, right? It's different per country. To give you a rough idea, I think it's around 78% of people in India think that AI is going to be positive for humanity, and there's around 28% in France that think it's going to be positive. So you've got this huge divergence all around the world. So everyone's got their opinion. There will be guardrails. There is already private companies such as our own that is trying to build these. But I think the most important question comes down to alignment, which I touched on at the start. And that is making sure that the AI is aligned with our human values. Actually, more importantly, the user's human values, right? Because your values may be different to others in this audience. And you want that AI to work along those guardrails, along those values. And that's going to be a challenge to do. But I think if we can have tools to create AI like this that's aligned with our users, and we have the guardrails in place for regulations, which the EU is already developing, I think society will be content and comfortable enough with those guardrails that the majority of the population will be fine with its exponential rise that's likely to come. So I think it's really important we set them up well, and I'm confident they will be.
Perhaps we'll take one last question, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, very last question right here.
Thank you. It's my favorite topic, and it's been my favorite topic for quite some time. However, I get inspired by Casey Kozyrkov. She's from leading talk person from Google, and Casey usually sheds the lights as a data science about the concept of garbage in and garbage out. And I'm surprised that nobody of you touched upon that, because she's asking all the founders and tech founders to make sure you have good data to create a good product. Because there's so many products on the market that are just shitty, you know, can you shed a light upon that? Because she also said You have to be a very well-rounded person with the background in science and psychology in order to understand the market better when you create a product. So, yeah, just like your inspirations on that. Thank you.
So to me, it's actually very intuitive because I also see an AI a bit like a blank brain, right? So if you're teaching it bullshit, you're going to get bullshit, right? And I think one thing that zero-shot learning, et cetera, has taught us is that actually very carefully crafted labels of what you teach them can reduce the information that you need to actually input. So I think really thinking about what is it that I have in my data, what is it that I'm trying to teach, to have a model that is useful is really, really important, because otherwise you're not teaching anything relevant. And sometimes you can compensate by just having a huge volume of data that you don't understand yourself, but in general, labeling and being very carefully crafting what you can teach and also maybe being nuanced with your labels is something that's quite relevant.
All right. I think that's it from the questions. Oops. Oh, sorry.
Can I just add, I think, so from the non-technical side, from the business side, I think we're in a lucky position that the market often regulates businesses that are non-value add or have bad use cases or don't provide a huge service to anybody. It might not happen immediately because some companies have that but are still good at selling themselves. But over time, especially in an environment that we have today, in terms of the economical uncertainty, I think the open market forces generally tend to do their job there.
And with that, I think we'll close the panel discussion for today. Talking about AI is not easy. It's especially when it's an audience that's as mixed as this. So thank you so much for doing an amazing job in passing on your ideas in an easily transferable way. And thank you for being part of Entrepreneurship Avenue this year. Thank you.
Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry to those of you that wanted to ask more questions. I know, they're like, fuck you, James. But thank you to our speakers. It's really, really interesting to be learning about this. It's a crazy time we live in. And yeah, learn about AI. I really liked what Justin said, is you don't have to be an AI expert. You don't have to know, you don't have to be able to make AI. Figuring out how you can use AI. What are the applications that you can, that AI have the potential to really make a change? This is where we need to be thinking, right? Obviously, if you want to learn how to make AI as well, that's really awesome because we need those people too. But you guys get the point. So get out there, learn about new things, and you really can conquer the world. So now it's time for a break. I think the break slide should come on now. There we go. It's exploration time. I just want to tell you guys what there is to explore and point out a few things. So over here, we have two rooms, Festal 1 and Festal 2. In Festal 1, we have the partner fair, and in Festal 2, we have the startup fair. So there's a bunch of startups set up there. Please go check them out. And then in the gallery, which is just around the corner there, we're going to be having a live Future Weekly podcast recording. If you know Daniel Cronin and Marcus Raunig from the Austrian startups, they're going to be starting that recording in the next 5 minutes. I think it's going to be in German. So if you're a German speaker or listener, you can go check it out. There's also food in the two festals. And then after the recording, when we start again, there will be more founders talks there where you can go and you can chat to some founders, ask some questions about their experience, and so on and so forth. Thank you guys very much. We'll see you after the break. Just a reminder for everybody here, the future weekly podcast recording is happening in the gallery. We'd love people to be there, so it's not an empty room. Please go check out the gallery. Thank you.
Not the greatest of success. Warum sind Videos immer so ein Pain? Ah, warte. Das ist nämlich das Richtige, weil das sind die falschen Zeiten. Passt. So. Jetzt loop zumindest mal das Video. Jetzt könnte man im Hintergrund wieder diese komische
Okay, schauen wir mal. So, welche Uhrzeit haben wir hier? 16 Uhr.
Nur noch 5, 4 I can check in the slides, but otherwise ask Vicky over here.
starting in 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
You should have started already.
No, I thought we pushed by 10. We didn't push by 10. Well, you're going to have to because look at this.
Yes, let's push, and we are just quicker with the panel. We just cut the Q&A side.
We'll be starting again in 5 minutes, everybody. The people that I want to hear actually can't hear me in the rooms there. But guys, we'll be starting in 5 minutes. Please come join us in 5 minutes. Thank you.
I cannot tell them, oh, it's a free event, please come here.
Hi, yes.
I'm looking for Ricardo. Is that him? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Speaker?
No jury.
If you're part of the Entrepreneurship Avenue team, please go into Festal and pull people outside. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us today. For those of you that have joined us now since the break, welcome to the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023. Can I get a round of applause for that, for the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023? Woo! For those of you that are not sitting down, please sit down. Thank you. It's really awesome to be here. It's the 10th anniversary. We've had some really amazing things going on. We've heard from some awesome speakers. We've had some panel discussions. We have the startup fair, the partners fair, Future Weekly in the corner over there. There's so many amazing things going on. I've had so many great conversations in this short period of time with students who want to found, and it's really amazing to see that there's a fire burning, that people are really, really keen on entrepreneurship. A lot has changed over the last 10 years. So yeah, really excited for the next panel. We will be hearing from, this is not working. There we go. We're going to be hearing from some amazing people who are going to be talking about shaping tomorrow. How can you make an impact? It's your time to impact. So I would like to welcome onto the stage, we have Marika from Alubase, Elizabeth, who is at Lingvano. We have Tony from Teach for Austria, and we have Minerva from, she's a best-selling author. She is herself. Thank you very much. Please come onto the stage.
Yes, and I sit here. And also, big hello from me, Ricardo. It's about me. I'm going to be moderating this panel. And yes, so we do have some really, really amazing people here on board. It's all about impact, which is this year's big topic of the Entrepreneurship Avenue. So you are one of the big events happening here today. And so therefore, I would just like to start again straight into it. This mic is having some strange noises. So yeah,
I think it's mine. It's my mic. I think that's the feedback.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe we can work that out as well back there with IT. In the meantime, maybe if I talk a little bit, yeah, that's better. So now it works. So the focus here is on impact. And you as people, have been always focused on impact, more about than creating profits. So with Teach for Austria, we have one of the biggest NGOs in Austria. With an author, we have one of the most interesting professions where it's not usually the goal of just creating profit. And also, Marika, you have created a company to create more value for people. As well with Lingvano, Liz, you're also involved in one of the startups. So for you, it's more about creating impact and profits. And the first question I would ask is, what drove you towards your career path? And this is open to everyone. Maybe let's start with Tony. What drove you towards your career path at Teach for Austria?
That's a good question. And to make it short, it's really about making the difference. This is why I chose it. And from the very beginning, when I was in school, university, and then also in different jobs, I always wanted to really drive social impact. And that has always driven me. Now with Teach for Austria, this is the biggest organization I'm running so far. And this is why I'm still there. I'm already here for the last 12 years. So I also know the Entrepreneurship Avenue. I've been there at the first one as well. When we were small and you were starting, and it's really nice to sit here on this panel that you have your 10th anniversary summit, and we also have quite a big footprint after 10 years.
That is super fascinating. Maybe I would hand it over to Liz as well. So what drove you towards your career path at Lingvano?
Okay, so a friend of mine, found out that Lingvano was looking for an ASL tutor, and they told me about it. And for me, I jumped at the chance because I love ASL. It's my first language. And I was a student at Gallaudet University for 6 years in the United States. So this is the only university worldwide for people who are deaf or hard of hearing. It's in Washington, D.C. And so I really love American Sign Language. So I also applied for this job, and they took me. I was the first person employed at Linguano. It was Nico Mojcik and Matthias Fischer, who were the founders back then, who employed me. And I've been there ever since. I started in October 2019, and I watched it grow and prosper. So we first started with Austrian Sign Language, ÖGS. Then we added American Sign Language, ASL, and then British Sign Language, BSL. So all in all, we now have 750 registered users at Linguano. So it's really been a success story. And I'd also like to add that sign language is a visual means of communication for deaf people. So deaf people can't hear, so they need a visual language, that's sign language, and it's their first language.
Thank you for the response. That is super fascinating. Also that you can create impact for people who might be struggling with similar problems like you have struggled, and also make the world better for people. Like, that's very inspiring, I would say. Maybe Minerva, I see you already grabbed the microphone, so eager to speak. So what is it that drove you?
It was racism, to be honest. When I was a kid and when I was in my teenage, I just noticed that I was treated differently because of my skin tone, and later on because of the hijab I choose to wear. And I just started writing about it. That was my way to not become a victim, I guess. And that's why I never stopped writing, so I just kept on. And with time, I noticed it's not just my story. It's the story of many other kids and even adults who face racism in this country or in the society. And that's why I never stopped sharing my stories, and I'm still writing.
Super interesting, coming from hostility, going forth. Marika?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, do you know, I'm feeling just the money here in this room, so we cannot do it without the money. What is our impact? And believe me, I was so hungry with 21, 2, 3, 4, 5 for success, for money. And the time is over. It's okay. And I have the money, so it's maybe time for create the money. Have the knowledge, experience, network. And in the last 10 years, I invest in some companies. And Aloha is my last baby. I have 2 children with 20 and 18. And this is my, I need more and more money for this baby. But what is the impact? We are just using not the resources. We are working with our head, but at the moment in the agriculture area, we are not using really the resources of our planet. So my vision is to use it local. And this may be the answer to your questions. This is my impact, not just to be going one way. We need more. And we have 320,000 plants in the earth, and we use just 4,000. It's not enough. It's not enough.
It is super fascinating to hear about what drives you, what drove you towards your careers. And since the topic of money came out, also with Teach for Austria, especially before, when they were small, when we were also small as Entrepreneurship Avenue, there's also always growth. I think when you want to create impact, you do need some sort of money. In the end, you need, if you have a startup, you need to have the financials to run it, also with a non-profit organization. So what were your key learnings during your career? What would you advise to people who want to start a similar path when it comes to terms of raising the necessary money for impact?
What's up? Yeah, I can go. You know, I mean, money makes the world go round, right? And if you want to have impact, social impact, or build a social enterprise, what you need is money. right? It's no doubt if you like it or not. So for us, this has been from the very beginning a challenge. We as an NGO, we are funded 80% by private partners and foundations, and 20% comes from government, like EU funds and so on. So to raise that money, you have to really have a strong vision, you have to be professional, and you have to really convince your stakeholders that it's worth investing in you. Because it's really, we are not a social business, right? We are not making money. We are really living from fundraising. So our partners, big partners that are also partners of DWU a lot of times, they really have to trust that their money is in good hands and that we are doing the right thing and that we are creating impact. You really have to prove that you create impact and not just telling them some story, right? So being in this is quite a challenge, and I remember in the very beginning when you don't have anybody, right? Nobody knows you. You're starting up. The first ones that give you money, it's friends, fools, and family, right? And the first fool we found was a partner of BCG. And that partner then gave us office space, first funding for the first year, and this is how we slowly lifted up. And I thought when the pandemic started, because when we started it was right after 2008, right? So in 2011, people were still like looking, should we really invest in an NGO? You know, we came out of an economic crisis. And when 2019 started, 2020, the pandemic started, I was like, I hope we don't go back into that that mindset again, you know, that economic crisis. And really surprisingly, I found that we had been, as an NGO, big enough so that partners not only stayed with us, but other partners even asked us if they could work with us. So now we are better funded than we were before the pandemic. But this is only if you can really prove to your partners that the work that you're doing is worth investing in you. So that is, for any social business, this is really important. And of course, if you want to start up something, you have to really find those fools, friends, and family. Those are the first ones that will invest in you.
Maybe I can add to that my own experience in Lingvano, our startup. Their contact, the founders of Lingvano, were both still students when they first met a deaf person who used sign language, and they really got interested in that and realized that there were certain communication issues. So they wanted to attend a sign language course, but the time wasn't flexible. They had to go there quite far. So they were looking up online courses for Austrian Sign Language and realized that there were none at all, and they were really shocked by that. So they decided to start their own company and offer online sign language courses. So that was the first start with Austrian Sign Language ÖGS. They had a deaf teacher and they built up the online course schedule. But they realized that marketing it in Austria was really difficult. So at the beginning, they were really struggling to make a business of it. Then they had the idea to expand to a different sign language, American Sign Language, where there's a really big market in the US and in Canada. So the chances were a lot better, and that's when they found me and when I joined the company. And they also got the AWS fund from the Austrian Economic Service, and they received a funding of 50,000 euros at the beginning to build up the company, and that's what they did with me together. And we spent the money, among other things, for advertising, also on Google, on Facebook, which was not expensive, but we tried, of course, to save the money and not spend everything at the beginning. Other applications for grants were denied, so we had to make a very tight budget plan. And then we developed an app, and that's when it really took off. And the app really spread, and we had lots of users who were able to, who didn't have to be at home and have a computer, but who could just learn on their phone wherever they were. And we also used social media to market it, like TikTok and Instagram, of course, where we uploaded sign language videos. And what we also did was we used American deaf influencers who really helped us spread the word about Linguano and our ultimate goal to reduce barriers of communication between deaf and hearing people and build communication bridges between them. So that's our social impact, really. We want to improve these lives.
That deserves a round of applause.
Thank you.
Sorry. No.
Feel free, Marika.
So amazing. I'm so proud to stay with you here on the stage. And, you know, for me, it's fantastic. I'm really hard. Believe me, to be an entrepreneur is hard work, really. At the start, 20 hours at a day and 8 years. And just crisis with my husband. We are together more than 30 years, but the start was, so this is the point to feel the energy. And about impact, it's so crazy for me. Do you know who is my influencer on my plantations in Europe? Farmer. I don't need my phone on the plantation. I'm just working with the hands, with the heart, with the nature, and with the body. What we need is just the influencing and the impact and the believeness of the people. They believe in Europe, and they say, okay, we don't need the powder from South America or from Asia. We can build it here. And this is what I'm a little bit missing in Europe. And I have the responsibility not only as entrepreneur, but as mom too. And you know, my son say to me each day, Mom, I want to go to US. Okay, come on, please believe in Europe. So this is maybe my impact too. I don't like to see Europe and, I don't know, 20, 30 years just empty. No. So I'm fighting.
It's super inspiring to hear that much about the impact that each of you individually creates or as a company creates or organization. And I would like to raise a question to you, Minerva, because you also create a lot of impact, especially for your readers. And I'm certain that given the topics you write about, some of them are more taboo, talking about some unseen groups, you create impact, but I'm sure it also creates some backdrop and some hostility. And there I'd like to ask you, have you ever encountered any form of hostility or maybe even danger from the impact that you try to create?
I receive death threats sometimes per email. So it's not very fun, but I know what I'm standing for. And to me, those topics are not taboo. They are not taboo to me. When I talk about female sexuality or Muslims in Europe or feminism or motherhood, those are not taboo topics to me. That's my everyday. I'm a mom of two. I am a sexual educator. I write about how it is to be a Muslim woman in Europe. And it's nothing I've invented. That's just my life and the life of so many other women as well. And so to me, they are not taboo at all. But yeah, it's not. Sometimes it's dangerous.
Yes, thank you so much for the very honest response there. I have to admit, I'm getting goosebumps right now. Yes, you can see that creating impact sometimes also creates a lot of problems, but I find it truly inspiring that you're still doing it, that despite even threats, you're still going forward each day in your life. And I find it truly inspiring. I think the audience will so as well. And with that, I would also like to raise a question to every one of you. How do you generally deal with hostility and with obstacles that are thrown in your way when you try to create impact? Maybe Minerva, since you just raised this topic, you want to go first on that?
I'm writing since I'm 13 years old. I'm publishing since I'm, I think, 21 years old. That's a little bit more than 10 years. At first, you take it personally, and at some point, you just realize that person doesn't know you in person, so you don't need to take it personally. So what I do to, and sometimes it still gets you, but I just stopped reading the comments. That helped on Facebook. And I really try to control my thoughts. I don't want to think about that. And right now I have so many other things. I want to give them my priority of thinking, and that's what I'm thinking about right now. So I'm not giving that negative thoughts or people who don't actually know me but try to threaten me the chance to appear in my life or to be present in my life. And I think me making an impact, it's coming from me refusing to be someone's victim. I think that's very important. Because we're always waiting for inclusion, for other people to include us, to include, I don't know, Black and Muslim women into feminism, for example. Now we have our own stages. We are not waiting for anyone to include us. We created our own stages. So when we ask for inclusion, who are we asking? Who are we waiting to include us in anything? So create your own stage, and that will impact a lot of people. You're not alone with whatever you're trying to move or impact. There are other people who we're all waiting for someone to create something. You be the creator. I mean, this is now the time of creators, I think. And yeah, just don't let them, just don't give anyone the chance to become a threatener.
Super inspiring, getting the stage. I think Tony wants to say something on that.
I want to... what you're saying is exactly what it is if you really want to have a social impact. If I had known 12 years ago what I know now about the educational system in Austria, I wouldn't even have started. And that is the beauty of starting something. You have to have a certain kind of, I don't know how you said it in English, you have to be a little naive, right? You have to be a little naive. You have to really have a big dream, say, I want to go for it, I'm gonna go for it, I don't know how it works, but I'm gonna make it work, and then you can make it work. If you worry too much about this and that and I don't know what, then you won't even start. So if you really have a good business, and that goes for anything, not only for social businesses, right? There's obstacles all over the place, also for entrepreneurship in general. If you really have a big vision, a big idea, then you go for it, but then you have to go all in, full. And this is something that you said as well, right? This is not only fun. This is like, I think, the way we worked in the first 5 years, I don't want to work like this anymore, because that was only work. That's all it was, going there all the way. And then when you get out of the startup phase, you're not a startup anymore, then you build processes, policies, and it's not for everybody anymore. I'm still with Teach for Austria, but there's a lot of people that started it that say, okay, we built that up and now I'm taking the next step. Because everything changes as well. If you get bigger, you're not a startup, you're not as dynamic anymore. And for example, for me, I hate policies, right? But we have to deal with it because we have a big team. We have to align as well as a team. So it is needed. But in the very beginning, it's really, you have to really be a dreamer. And then you can go for it. And you have to keep that dream alive. And for me, this is why I'm still there. It's still alive. I'm still fighting for educational equity all over the world, and especially in Austria, and I want that this dream becomes true. And this is why I'm still there, and this is why I'm still energized by it. But the startup period, that brings the most, you're asking yourself every day, is this gonna work, is that gonna work, can I really handle this problem? You have to live that dream and go for it. Be quite resilient, and then you can do it. And I think you have to be really, you have to say, I am naive. Okay, everybody tells me that doesn't work, but I think it works, and then you do it.
Oh, this is a beautiful bridge, really. And I know this to be naive. I give you some helping rules. The first one is the wow effect, the way of work. I have my vision board each 5 years. And this wow is for me like, okay, what is coming? What is the energy? That's my life. I I'm soon 50, and I think, I hope, in 5 years, I have a new company. I don't know which one, but it will be more with impact, I promise. And this way of work has rules, and this is FQQ, focus, quality, and quantity. You are studying in a beautiful building here. Don't do it without focus. Don't do it. Without focus, you can lose your way. You can lose your own self, whatever. I'm from Czech Republic, so I speak very well, whatever. So focus. If you have focus, what is more important? What do you mean? Quality or quantity? Quality. Then if after focus is quality coming, it's easier, faster, with better processing in the company, the quantity. And you can build, you can build the team, binding the people to you. Then if you are fast and with focus and quality, quality is coming. So thank you. It was maybe my,
To answer. I'd also like to answer if there is a good idea, if someone has a good idea that they want to start off, they really should try not to get discouraged. They should listen to their instincts and just continue and try to find out what do they need to build this company up, where can they get funding, etc. So as soon as it starts up, of course there will be obstacles, financial obstacles when grants are refused. We have to try to find another way. For example, with our company Linguano, we had technical problems regarding the videos we wanted to upload. We had digital problems that we were not able to solve ourselves. So we had to think of something and get an expert, a developer who helped us solve these problems. And this way we overcame these issues. So you need to have creative ideas how to solve these problems, and you have to have a good team and people in this team who all see the same visions. Our vision is to lessen communicative barriers. So people in the team have to work together and have a good company climate. And with our team, it's also important to have deaf people in the team. We're 15 employees in total, and 3 of us are deaf. So it's really important to have a diverse team and a diverse company culture, a really inclusive team. That is what gives us motivation and how we can grow. So we always have to see if there are problems. We have to really be courageous, have faith in ourselves, and see how to find creative solutions.
Thank you so much for that response. Super exciting, super interesting. Just having to look at with time at side a little bit. I think those are some wonderful remarks there from all of you on how to deal with hostility. I would also like to put some questions to the audience. So if anybody in the audience has any questions you want to raise to our panelists, now is the ideal time for that.
Working? Yeah. Thank you so much for presentation. It's very inspiring. But what was interesting in terms of if you've seen the Super Bowl performance by Rihanna when there was a sign language interpreter who skyrocketed. And that was the first time when it hit me. She became a local superstar, right, on the American landscape and globally as well. And then there was an interview for her. And I actually wrote a couple of questions for Elizabeth. So you said why Austrian, for me, question is why Austrian market was difficult for you, why it was denied by the clients that you have to look for something more foreign, right? And it's quite surprising and upsetting that you want to bring innovation to Austria and they're so reluctant and pushing back. And then it's quite interesting that technology upscaled your product and gave you an opportunity to grow from that side. And the use of influencers. Can you piggyback on that and tell us how important it is to influence? Do you have to use influencers, or you can become influencer yourself? Thank you.
Okay, I reply to your questions. So you were asking about the difficulties of marketing in Austria. It's just that we were trying to contact schools in Austria, teachers in Austria who might be interested in learning sign language. And we had high expectations, to be honest, and were quite disappointed to find that it took a very long time where nothing really happened. So that's why we had to go a different way and look for a larger country, because Austria is quite well, and that's where we went with ASL and American Sign Language, and that's when it all took off. So it was just a different country where we had better chances, where people are also more open-minded, who are more interested to learn sign language, to get in contact with deaf people, where people also have a more open mindset via other disabilities. And you were asking about the deaf influences. So it is our vision, or the deaf community uses sign language and has a very positive image of sign language, and the influencers create lots of videos for sign language, in sign language, and so we use that also to use them to tell the deaf people and tell the world in sign language about Linguano and our products. And this is how we were really able to reach people who were hoping to find something, some online courses on the internet, but couldn't find any others. And we had the feedback that they were really happy to find that finally there was an app. And many of them told us that they were told that they saw the deaf influencers tell them about it, or a family member of a friend saw the deaf influencer and then told them about it. And I think you had a third question. What was the third question?
Consider time as well. You can later maybe have a chat about the questions as well. I think there was one more question. Please make it a quick one, because we need to carry on with the agenda then. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. First of all, it is very inspiring. My question is very general, and it would be what Aloe Base does, and also what exactly Teach for Austria does.
Can you repeat your questions about Aloe?
What exactly Aloe Base and Teach for Austria do?
Yes. Yeah, we are a leadership development program, and we bring young professionals and top graduates into the most challenging schools in Austria in a 2-year leadership development program to make a difference there as teachers. And we say, who's able to make a difference in the most challenging classrooms in the country is able to change anything everywhere. Okay, so the alumni perspective would be really important, that those people then go as education ambassadors for kids that don't have the lobby, right? Go in there and make a difference no matter where they go. Politics, policy, economy, whatever it is. So that is TFA. Very short. I know it raises questions, but...
And the very short answer of me is, I want the buyers in food industry in Europe, and cosmetic industry, and beverage industry, just believe in the farmers in Europe. They produce highest quality on aloe powder, and they don't buy it just from overseas. That's my impact for Europe. So, it's enough? Yeah.
Enough. With that, I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us today. I think we could sit and listen to your stories for a very, very long time, but time ticks on and we have an agenda. So thank you all very much. A round of applause for our speakers. Thank you. I think it's really awesome. I mean, one of the highlighted points for me, something that Minerva spoke about, and several things, was just this resilience. I think that when you're trying to make a change, people don't always like it, right? When you're trying to make an impact, especially a social impact, you're going to meet, you know, problems. You're going to have people tell you it's a shit idea. And you know what? Fuck that, right? Just push on. I think that one of the things that I've learned through entrepreneurship and the startup world is that you need to be a contrarian. Who doesn't know what the word contrarian means? Anybody? You have to have contrary ideas. People have to disagree with you. If everything you say, everybody agrees with, you've got nothing special to say, right? So you have to be saying, when 50% of the people agree with you and 50% of the people don't agree with you, that's usually a good sign. So do things that people don't like, push through it, and make an impact. So with that said, I'd like to bring onto the stage our next speaker. We're going to be hearing from Lawrence. He is hailing from the ACSL, and he's going to be talking about change management during crisis times. We've had a lot of crisis times. There's probably more to come. So without further ado, I bring you onto the stage. Thank you, Lawrence. A round of applause, please.
Hello, everybody. Okay, I need your clicker, though. All right, thank you very much. All right, do I have to click anything to start the slides, or are we good? All right. So, how you doing, guys? You're fine? A couple guys still standing around if you want to sit down, because this is going to be a very genuine talk about crisis from somebody who works a sports business and went through 2 years of COVID lockdowns. And I want to start this presentation off with something where you can try to imagine with me how it feels. And that picture holds a lot of meaning for me, because in 2020, imagine this. Imagine you build your dream business with your friends, with the people you love, actually, with the topics you love and are passionate about. And then this one day, this special phone call comes, and you stand there and you think, that is the call I've been waiting for. Like, the dream is actually, after years of hard work, it's becoming reality. And you tell all your friends, you tell all your family, you're super, super happy and excited. And suddenly, out of nowhere, it goes bang, and you lose it all. So, what qualifies me to speak here today, and I'm going to make this real quick. I studied here at WU. I did my bachelor's and my master's degree here. TEMS Master, shout out to everybody who does TEMS, it's a great program. But at the beginning of WU, I hated it. It sucked. It wasn't fun for me. I went on a semester abroad to University of Kentucky, and I saw what college sports can do to a study experience, what college sports can do to bring people together and make university life amazing. So I decided I want to bring it here. So in 2015, I founded the ACSL, and it started real small. I had like the first event, it was like 200, 300 people, but the atmosphere was nuts. And I was so happy to have like this little feeling of what I felt in the US here in Austria. I built it up over the years, and it got bigger and bigger. I was still doing my TEMS Masters on the side, so this was 2015 to 2017, and life was a movie. So I was working my dream business. I had the things which I'm most passionate about, which is sports, design, working with people, and creating these event experiences and making people happy. That was my business. And it wasn't a business per se yet, because it was a sports club as an organization, so I still didn't pay taxes. So you can imagine me in 2017 walking out of one of these events with like 2 huge bags of straight cash. It felt good. It's like you sit down in the car, you take out a cash bag, you look at it, it's like, that's 50K right there. Well, so then I said, let's take it to the next level, and found a company. You see me a little bit more worried here already. So once I founded a company, shit got serious. You had to employ a lot of people. Everything got more expensive. Suddenly you have to pay taxes. Taxes are wild. And everything, management, the business, the contracts, finding sponsors, working with universities, paying for things, it just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it was up to a point in 2018 where I was kind of desperate and I had the glorious idea of going about 40K minus on the year and then saying, what if I do a huge event and I recuperate all the losses in this one event, which I wasn't able to do the whole year, and I'm going to get a big act and I'm going to make an absolute huge American football event, and there's going to be thousands of people and we're going to make a lot of money. It didn't work out. Spoiler alert, I lost another 40K on that event. And yeah, it had me sweating a little bit. So, not gonna lie. So, that was like my first year as an entrepreneur. I went about 80, 90K into minus. This was all the money I have worked for my whole life. I have borrowed, even took a credit with the bank, and it was gone. So the next year, things were really tough. Every event we did had to be a huge success. So we went from event to event. I was not able to pay for the next event if the last event wasn't a huge success. So it was a tough year, 18, 19, no growth, just cutting, bootstrapping, trying to keep it together, try to move it on. Then in 1920, everything started to come together. You see me more happy here in the middle because sponsors started coming in. We started growing again. We had a little capital to work with. We were rolling. And then, as I said before, that picture I showed you, this one phone call came in. And it was the national television. It was ORF. And they called me and they say, Lawrence, we love what you do. We love the ACSL. We want to have a live transmission of your basketball final. And basically, I'm going to tell you, right now, that's not that big to me anymore. But back then, it was everything. It was like creating your own business in sports, in basketball, having a bigger basketball final than any of the pro leagues, and having the biggest college sports leagues in Europe, self-built, with no large outside investments. And they want to put it on national TV. And I was incredibly happy. And I could design the whole transmission. So I'm standing there at Stadthalle. This picture is from the 11th of March 2020. I think some of you people are going to know what happens the 14th of March 2020. So I was standing there and I was talking to the light guy of ORF, and he was saying, yeah, we're coming by to check how the lighting is for the cameras, but we're going to have to film a little bit something about this Chinese disease which is going on. We're going to film that at Rathausplatz and we'll come later. So 2 hours later, the guy calls me and he's like, dude, we're not going to come. They're going to close down Vienna. This event is not happening. And I was like, devastated. Like, you were so close. You told everybody, hey, we're going to be on TV. The sponsors called me up. They said, you guys are going to be on national TV. This is big now. We're ready to invest. I had contracts in the pipeline of up to 80K just for these transmissions. People started believing in my business. And we started believing, and my whole team was happy and ready to roll. And suddenly it was all gone. And you didn't know how long all of this is going to take. So, you remember COVID. It could have been a month. It could have been 2 months. A year. But like 2 years? That was rough. So welcome to the crisis. This is where shit got real. Why did it get real? Let me touch on a couple points that I had to battle. First of all, your employees, your friends, the people you employed, the people you actually convinced to take that path with you, they get worried. They're like, okay, so what does my future look like? I see the cash flow of the company. I see we cannot do the things we want to do. We cannot work as we did. Like, what are we doing? Where's this going? I sacrificed a lot to be here. They sacrificed a lot to be here. And I felt that responsibility because, as you see, I like to talk. And I kind of talked them into it too, to follow this path, follow this vision. And then you get the feeling like, wow, I mean, I'm responsible for this. I'm responsible for their income. And I don't know what to do. The next thing is, you have zero cash flow, so you have no money and you have no opportunities of making money if you're in events. Next thing, no growth. So you're thinking about growth, you're thinking about getting bigger, and growing your business, no chance. You're just fighting for money. Your athletes, I do a college sports league. We have 850 athletes. They have to be students, active students, to play in the Austrian College Sports League. They finish their studies in 2 years. Like, they finish the studies and then they're like, I don't want to play no more. I didn't go to practice. We don't have events. There's nothing you can offer me to stay. So all these structures, teams and structures, everything starts to collapse. Everything you build up over years, like good coaches, good people. I always say the ACSL right now has 14, 15 employees. But I'm actually managing a company of like 850. Because it's like all the athletes, they're all part of this. We're all one movement. So to have good people to manage 850 people, coaches, team captains, key people, it's so tough to see them go. Personal finance, I don't need to elaborate on that. I was broke. I went into like sportswear design. I did a couple other jobs on the side because I really like designing, but I was absolutely on my lowest. Losing contracts, I told you, I had 80K in the pipeline. Lost them all. They said, no more sponsorings, no more events. We're not doing this for at least a year, 2 years. In the end, it was up to 3 years. My family, of course, they want your well-being. They want that you're happy. They want that you're doing well. Everybody was talking to me. Also, what they mentioned before I came on stage, they were like, maybe your idea is a little shit. Maybe it's not going to work out. Maybe you should do something else because you got a great master's program. You're a great guy. You can get a job anywhere. But I don't want a job anywhere. I want to do this. And of course, relationship on the edge. If you have a girlfriend, you're going to know that this is a tough one. It's a tough sale, especially if you reach a certain age. I'm 33 right now. And yeah, it's not a look. It's not a look if you have basically zero income. You're fighting for your company to survive. You're very unsure if your company can actually survive. And you have to come up with answers, and you don't have them because you're facing like a global pandemic. And then the next level in this game is like the bonus round. It lasts for 2 years. So it just gets worse. So this was me. I was standing there, I was like, God damn, this is a lot of problems at the same time. Like, we've been having problems before that, but now this is a lot. And you are actually, as the founder, and let's say the visionary behind this, you are the person responsible of motivating people and having people work for this dream. So if you're standing there looking like that, it's not a good look. So what can I tell you about this? And I want to give you a couple takeaways. I got 3 for the crisis and I got 5 for resilience. The first one for a crisis is, you hear this everywhere, but I want to explain this. A crisis is always also an opportunity. Everybody says that. But what I mean by that for us, just to give you an example, we did sports events. Sports events, you need good weather, you need a stadium, you need a good game going on, which is actually exciting. You need to bring all this entertainment. You need to bring thousands of people from A to B. So you see how volatile this whole thing is. And this was my #1 money earner. So at some point, in the opportunity I had was that I didn't have events. Everybody said like, oh wow, now you can't do events, like how is this going to continue? Actually, this was a blessing. Of course I'm struggling with money. Of course I have to see where do we get the cash flow from just to pay our people and have everybody in Kurzarbeit. But the opportunity was not having events and having the time to sit down and think about your business model, rethink everything, change everything. And sometimes you need to do that, especially in the early stages. You have to be very, very honest with yourself and say, this is not working. Even if we could, even if there was no pandemic, I would be fucked. So that's something you have to think about. So always when there's a crisis, it's always an opportunity. Think about how many companies got rich during COVID. We were just a little bit on the losing side, but just a little bit, because it gave us room to improve and time. Second thing, communication in a crisis is key. What I mean by that is, what I learned I was shocked. I didn't have answers. And I thought the best way to deal with it, which was actually a mistake, was to sit at home, think about it, try to come up with an answer. And once I come up with an answer, I'll go out there and I'll communicate that. That's stupid. Because people get worried if they don't hear what's going on. And it's better for you to communicate a crisis. Also from your side, it's better to communicate, I don't have a plan, but I am working on it, is much better than not communicating and trying to come up with a plan, and once I have the plan, then I'll communicate it. You have to be in touch with the people at all times. And then you have 800 people to be in touch with. It's not that easy. And it's also not always a good look if you come up there and say like, hey guys, nice to meet you. I don't have a plan. But it's still better than not showing up. And the second part about communication is you're in charge of giving the direction of where you want to go. So find the direction, find the opportunities. The crisis is the opportunity. Find the opportunities, romanticize those opportunities, tell a story about these opportunities that you can seize right now. Get everybody in the boat and try to make the best out of the situation. Get them excited for the change that you're proposing, and don't focus on having a crisis where you don't have answers right now. So communication is extremely important, especially in keeping the employees in check, keeping all the athletes in their respective positions, and also sponsors and everybody. So communication is probably the most important skill in all of this. And for me, it is the #1 skill in life. In a crisis, take the hard decisions fast. And what I mean by that, of course, everybody's going to tell you, oh, you're an entrepreneur, you have to take hard decisions. Well, I was faced with hard decisions. I'm talking about like kicking out friends. People where you have to say, okay, this would be nice to have him on board and I owe it to him or to her. But at some point, things are not working out. Things are not checking out at the end of the day. And again, you have to communicate that. You have to take those decisions. But also on my level, I do a business that I'm absolutely in love with. I love every aspect of it. I love to be in the stadium. I love to see people happy. I love to do what I do. And that is also a very, very dangerous trap. Because if you love the things you do so much, then sometimes you're blind to the things you should do and you shouldn't do. And there were so many things I shouldn't do. And there are so many cool things that get me excited and that I love about my business, but it's actually not good for my business if I keep doing them. So this, in a crisis, this was a time when you have so few resources that you say, if I have to focus on surviving, then it has to be this. I have to give up all of this that I love, and I have to do the things which are really, really tough, but have to be done. So these are my 3 tips for managing a crisis. It's an opportunity. Communicate, communicate, communicate at all times, and take the hard decisions fast. And really look yourself in the mirror and be honest to yourself. Now I'm going to go into resilience. Because it takes a lot of resilience. All the points I showed you before. You're going to have your friends against you. You're going to have your family against you. You maybe even have your girlfriend against you in that situation. You're losing all your sponsors. You have no money. And you have to come up with answers and you feel tired. So I wouldn't have pushed through all of this if I didn't love what I do. If you're only in for the money at the entrepreneurship, if you say, okay, this is a cool opportunity where I can make a lot of money, you're never going to push through this. You're just going to quit, you're going to go somewhere else. And I think that's important. I don't even judge that. I think if you don't love what you do, then you shouldn't be resilient. There's no price for being abused for 2 years. Like if you like that, what you do, then push through. If you don't like it, change anyways, because it doesn't make a change. Oh, and this is a good one. I don't know how this is going to show up on this screen, but as I said, your loved ones, the people nearest to you, they want the best for you. They want you to be happy. So they're going to flood you with their opinion. They're going to flood you with their counseling. And I mean this in the most loving way possible. But I have to say, fuck them. And the reason why is, and I put an asterisk here too. Let me see that asterisk. Don't be ignorant and, come on, click it. Take your own decisions. What I mean by that, they mean really good. They want to help you. They think they're helping you. And maybe they are, because maybe they're pointing out things that you don't have on your radar, or you're too proud to admit to yourself that things are going poorly. So ignore if they say, just give up. But don't ignore what they point out. Go at exactly these points and find answers for them. Just don't rectify yourself for it, but find answers that you know that are true. So don't be ignorant of these problems, but at the same time, don't let them tell you to just give up. And take your own decisions. What I mean by that is, society is going to have a huge pressure on you, especially if you're in entrepreneurship and you do something very odd. College sports is odd. Nobody of you will know anybody else but me who does college sports in Austria. So, especially when you do something odd, all of society is going to tell you, you see, it didn't work out. You had a couple nice events, you had a couple thousand people, nice. It was for that time. But all in all, it doesn't check out at the end. And that's what they're going to tell you. But don't let these opinions form your decision making and then say like, okay, maybe I should quit. So, the next one, bet on yourself, and I put a little dog on here. Be confident. Out there, it's you against you. Nobody else is like waiting on your downfall or whatever. Just trust yourself. If you can, this for me was the most important thing. I always knew, no matter how bad things get, I still have myself. And I still have what I can provide out of my own power and strength. So at the end of the day, bet on yourself. Be confident, trust yourself, and be very, very careful how you talk to yourself. I know I'm a little different, but the way I talk to myself is I never ever thought in my life that I can't do something. Many people always say like, but didn't you think like you can't do that? No, like I can do it. The question is always like, how is it going to pan out? But this is extremely important of being resilient, that you trust yourself and your ability. And I'm not always like that. Like I'm not always super inspired, super energetic, super happy. There are times where I'm tired and I think like, whoa, like how I'm gonna manage this problem, or there's another problem coming up. Then I get inspired. For me, very important, music, movies, stories of other people who pushed for tough times, and especially also other companies where you hear, okay, it actually took this guy from Spotify 10 or 11 years to actually get to a decent point. So that's important. And my last point is you cannot lose. Like in general, I'm really, really sure about this. You cannot lose. I have an asterisk here too. Over a long period of time, if you don't give up, you can basically not lose. It's up to you if you give up or not. If you love what you do, you're resilient, you have confidence in yourself, you cannot lose. Because over time, like I said, it's you against you. There's nobody out there purposefully trying to stop me at what I do. So if I don't give up, I'm the only person who can stop me. So basically, you can't lose. And, well, I see a dagger in the back and all these things. This is basically how I came out of COVID. And back to my dream I was telling you about. It took me another 3 years. It took me another 3 years from this TV transmission where I was already there, we were building up everything. This dream was becoming reality, to getting all the contracts canceled, getting all the sponsors canceled, firing your friends, having the toughest decisions you can imagine for 2.5 years, and keeping a community of like 800 people together and focused on one goal. At the end, we came out on top. unglaublich. Das ist das, was die ACSL ausmacht. Und heute, Ronja, kann ich das erste Mal mit einer breiten Brust sagen. Und mit Sicherheit, die ACSL, wir sind die biggest in the game. So it actually happened. And the dream came true. And this is what resilience looked like. I was damn tired. I was about to drop that mic. I was standing there, but I thought like, okay, everything was against me. I lost my relationship, had millions of discussions, if not fights, with like your whole family. It was tough as hell. It was the hardest 2.5 years you can imagine, but I held on to it and we made it. And I have a couple stats for you too. So, after this whole Corona thing, and these were things we were working on it, so the crisis, using it as an opportunity. We had 5 TV transmissions to this day with a peak of 85,000 people watching at one game. We had the biggest basketball event since 30 years. We had the biggest female basketball event ever in Austria at a college sports event. We have a new university who joined the ACSL, the JKU Linz, on a 6-figure deal, which was unheard of before. We have 200K in new partnerships. You see the G on my back? That's Gatorade. It's also a dream. It's cool. We had 11 sold-out events in a row, 82% in attendance growth, 117% follower growth, 160% merchandise growth. We have media partnerships in TV, newspaper, and radio. I was part of a lot of podcasts, keynotes, like right now, TV interviews. We had one marriage proposal at the game. Oh, it was cute. And most importantly, we had thousands of people super, super happy that we do what we do. And I will show you a couple pictures. This is basketball. This is what it looks like if you go to an ACSL event. This is 2,000 people on 900 seats. This is the biggest female basketball game ever in Austria. Look at this. In Stadthalle. These are the emotions we created because all of us, the whole team, never gave up. This is what it looks like. These are our partners. I saw him here before. This is Toby. This is AFS Consulting. They're here over there. They have a booth and they're sponsoring the ACSL and they are really pushing with us this vision of establishing college sports in Austria. This is their CEO actually. These are all our new partners. We revealed the first college sports gym ever at the JKU Linz. This is the logo, which is at the middle of the gym at the university actually, and we do events there. This is me at JKU, and we have fire jets. I always wanted fire jets. This was a big one too. And these are like all the friends which pushed through this 2.5, 3 years. So basically, ACSL football, 5,500 people, also live on TV. It's a lot of pictures, but yes, this is what we do. You see these people, how happy they are? This is what we do. So just let me tell you this, never give up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lawrence. Never give up. I think that that's something that the people back there in that room that are about to pitch in a moment need to remember. We have a little bit of time. Short questions, 1 or 2 questions.
Thanks for the pitch. You talked about making the hard decisions very, very quick. Can you name 1 or 2 decisions which were kind of the hard ones and you had to make quick?
One of my best friends was in charge of marketing and I had to fire her because it didn't work out.
Any other questions? 1 more?
Yeah. Thanks a lot for your presentation. You said you were, I guess, borrowing money from your family too. Do you think it's still good to ask them for that, for the initial help, or maybe you should avoid that and not go that route?
It has 2 parts to that. You know, on the first hand, I would say yes, do it and bet on yourself that you can pay it back, and I was able to do that, but after quite some time only. But yeah, if you have a global pandemic in the middle of it, in a sports business with events, you're gonna have 2.5 years of discussions at your home. So it's tough. It's tough. In general, I would say yes, because banks are not much nicer. But it is what it is, man. Like, this was my situation. I would say, but I would say in general, yes. Like, if you can and if you don't put like an existential stress on your family by borrowing money, go for it.
Thank you, Lawrence. A round of applause, guys. Thank you.
Okay, I also have here still 20 tickets to ACSL events, which you can use for any ACSL event. You can come up to me and I'll give them out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But let's do that over there now. Thank you, guys. Can I get one? Awesome, guys. So, I mean, that was a really nice hype-up talk, right? If we could just take it off that way. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Crowd control, please. I really love the inspiration. It was a nice pep talk. Like I said, I really hope all the people in that room over there, I see you guys stressing out, right? Sweat coming down. But it's okay, because you should never give up. If you mess up a little bit, there is no such thing as a fuck up, right? That's one of the takeaways that I got here, that there's a lesson, there's something you can learn, there's an opportunity in everything. So that takes us to our next part of the evening, the Entrepreneurship Avenue Pitch Award. Who here doesn't really know, like you just landed up here? Hands up if you don't really know exactly what the Entrepreneurship Avenue is completely about. Is there anybody? Right? Maybe, maybe not. I see a few there in the back. The Entrepreneurship Avenue is an event series where students get to work on their ideas, where they can try and turn them into real businesses, right? They will go for weeks through several workshops where they get mentorship, they get pitch training, right? And then they have a semi-final pitch competition, which happened a few weeks ago. And now we have the top 10 teams who will be pitching in front of us today. This is the pinnacle of the event, right? This is that final moment that we've really been preparing for. And it's really, really exciting. I don't think, maybe you do or you don't know, but there's been a lot of successful startups that have begun here at the Entrepreneurship Avenue. We've got Refurbed, Bennu, Hockeyfy, right? These are startups that began here. So we're really trying to create a space where this can happen, right? It's a safe space. Even though it's a competition, we try and make it a safe space. Just by coming onto the stage tonight, right? You get exposure, people see you. Even if you don't win a prize, it's still, you're winning something. So I'm really, really excited. I don't know if there's another. Yeah, here's our top 10 teams. So the way it's going to work, guys, they're going to have 90 seconds to pitch. They're going to have 90 seconds to pitch, and they're going to maybe have 5 seconds of leeway, and then we're going to cut them off. The jury will then have 4 to 5 minutes of Q&A, right, where they will ask them those tough questions about their ideas, about if it's possible, etc., etc. And yeah, there will be 10 pitches, as we said, lots of prizes to be won. And that's really all about it. I want to know now from my stage management if we're good to go. Where's our jury? Jury's here. Oh, hello, jury. Usually you guys have like special chairs and stuff, but you're just part of the crew today. Thank you. Welcome and thank you for being with us today. Cool. So we're going to be hearing from Quick Pick, Young Motion, All in One, Zenith Innovations, P&L Data, Smiling Food, Pomo, Planet Matters, Context, and Sus Team. Can we give them a round of applause, guys? Give them a round of applause just for making it here. And so, without further ado, I would like to welcome onto the stage Quick Pick. What's really exciting about one of these, you see down here, we've got Corvinus University, VU. We've got multiple things. This is an interdisciplinary team. And the stage is yours. Thank you. Your timer's there. Buddy?
Yeah. So, hey everyone, I am Bence. We are Quick Pick, and we want to make quick service truly quick. Offline ordering sucks. Everyone knows it. You don't go to a restaurant or a cafe to stand in the line, right? It's just an annoying thing that costs us a lot of time on a daily basis. But it's a pain for the businesses as well. Long lines lead to unsatisfied or even lost customers, and they lose money on someone taking the orders manually instead of focusing on preparation. With the Quick Pick app, you can simply order in advance, skip the line, and pick up your order at your favorite restaurant. Also, you can get personalized discounts and loyalty rewards, so we don't just save time, but also money for our customers. And why should restaurants choose us? Well, we help them ease the pressure during peak hours by efficient demand forecasting, and allow for a better customer experience. Also, we take over the whole ordering and payment process, but we don't take away most of their profit as delivery services because we only charge a 5% commission fee instead of the 30% average. Currently, we are a team of 3, consulted by several external advisors, and we are working on our MVP, and for that we are looking for a skilled software developer. This was Quick Pick, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Quick Pick. Amazing. He was nice and quick, on time, on point. Jury, you have a mic. You guys have 4 to 5 minutes. Let's go.
Hello? Yeah, perfect. How do you plan on the growth, or how do you get the software to the consumer, to the client?
Okay, so our plan is to first start out at universities because we think that there are many students, and also because of the small distance, it's enough to only get like a few restaurants as partners in the beginning and already create huge value for the students there. So this is our plan, to start out from universities and then grow from there to business areas, young professionals, and so on.
I have 2 questions, and I start with one. You said similar competitors have like a 30% margin and you're at 5%, so how are you so much more cost efficient?
Yeah, so we are focusing only on takeaway. We don't do delivery, and delivery is what is really cost consuming. So this is where we have the advantage, because we only have to deliver the software itself and the marketing, and that's it.
And do you know if there are any similar software providers in different countries where you can learn from, or where there's like a product market fit already?
Yes, it's a huge success in the US. There are several companies valued at hundreds of millions of dollars and already sold to, for example, the biggest delivery service, DoorDash.
Thank you for your pitch. My question would be market size. Do you already know how many people you would reach? Maybe I didn't see that.
We have a backup slide for that, but we cannot click.
Because you said delivery, you wouldn't do it.
Oh, yes. Okay. It's actually huge. So some people may not know, but delivery only accounts for less than 15% for orders, and everything else is still offline. So it's a huge, huge market. If you only think about delivery companies, our market size is 8 times as big.
Could you tell me a little bit about the team? What will be the job position? And are you also thinking about having a diverse team in the future?
Yes, so we are from Hungary, he's from China, so you see it's a quite diverse teams. Yeah, we are still looking for a software developer. We have some candidates for the position, but we wanted to wait until today for the Entrepreneurship Avenue because we thought that we may find someone here. So if you're interested, then there was the QR code.
What are the job positions that you hold at the moment?
Yeah, so right now we are all-arounders. We are working on the MVP, and after that we will specialize.
Do you also have the first customers in place?
Not yet. Because just the other question, because I'm not a student anymore. I have 10 years working experience across 4 countries. So now I'm an in-house consultant for an automotive company. So and our 2 teammates, they are they're about to graduate. Yeah.
So we don't have any customers yet, but we started actually the project already more than 7-8 months ago, and in the beginning we did lots of interviews at the VU campus, also with restaurant owners around the TU campus, for example. So what we found is that people would be open to the idea, and this is also what we saw, for example, in the US with other examples.
And what would be your next steps, assuming you would win today?
Yeah, so our next steps is to start working on our MVP. Our idea is to get the first market validation in the summer, because our idea is that we will try it out on festivals, where the problem is even bigger, because you don't want to miss the concert, but you still have to line up, and the queues are even longer than at universities. So there we will get the first feedback, whether there is a market fit, and our idea is to start out on those.
Also, other two clusters. One is Austrian campus near Praterstedt that we did a survey. Also here, WU, where the office is clustered, and then we have a kind of ideal user profile that for us to start with, and it's not capital intensive.
30 seconds left on the clock. I wouldn't worry about the slides. Last question.
Okay, any scaling ideas? So this all sounded pretty local. How are you thinking about growth?
Yeah, so this is what I was partly mentioning already. So we want to start out from universities and grow from university to university. We have contacts in Hungary. We want to first grow in Austria, Hungary, and then all over Europe.
Quick.
Thank you very much.
A round of applause, everybody. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. And thank you. Cool, guys. So next on the stage, we have Young Motion. Florian and Christoph, here's your clicker. A round of applause for Young Motion. Your
Sorry. 80%. This is a shocking number. According to the World Health Organization, 80% of the children between the ages from 5 to 17 don't get enough exercise, leading to a generation with increasing health issues concerning blood pressure, bone density, or a higher likelihood for diabetes. Hello, everybody. I'm Christoph, co-founder of Young Motion, and we move the young generation to a healthier future. Sports classes in school are the first touch point for kids with physical activities. We turned this touch point into a lifelong passion for movement and sports. With a mobile app where teachers assign sport exercises to their students and a gamification mode which is an additional motivation boost for the kids. We combine physical activities with fun through interactive exercises. We create value for kids and teachers, and through our AI-driven movement analysis, our sports app goes above and beyond the norm. Right now, we did interviews with schools and identified 5 lead users who are interested in the cooperation. Afterwards, we will create an MVP, test it with the schools this October, so that we have a validated business model and product market fit by the start of 2024. Afterwards, we will focus on customer acquisition and roll out the product in more schools. We are Young Motion. Move with us into a healthy future.
Thank you. All right, we have 5 minutes for questions. Timer's getting ready. You can go.
Thank you for your pitch. So your idea is based on that every kid has a phone that it uses.
Actually, it is based on the idea and on the research we already did that, for example, children which are at the age of 10 upwards have usually nowadays in the classroom iPads, which they can use, and they also might have smartphones at this time.
And how are you convincing the teachers to use that application?
So essentially, the digitalization is moving rapidly in schools, and it hasn't quite come to the sports classes yet. We talked to lots of sports teachers, and they are all kind of looking for a solution, but there isn't one quite out there yet. And with this, as you probably all know, back in school, a sports teacher has not only the sports class, but probably some more classes. And so they can't really focus on both exactly like really good. So that's why we provide them also with the opportunity to help them. And then they have like analysis features as well, which helps them prepare for the classes and then also help the students.
And who's actually paying for it?
So actually, the students have a budget for the sports classes, and essentially it's like a joint thing in the schools. So at a conference, they decide, okay, what are we gonna buy next? But essentially, it's the sports teachers who say, okay, for example, our volleyball balls are kind of like beaten up. We need better volleyballs. So our goal is to target the teachers because they are the ones essentially saying, okay, we need this.
Thank you for the pitch, and I love the problem you're tackling. It's a real problem, and it's so important. And as a former sports teacher, my question is, how do you reach the teachers? Like, what's your go-to market plan if you have an MVP and talking beyond the 5 research people you talk to?
Yes, so obviously through interviews. And the good thing about sports teachers, as you probably know, is they are really connected. So once we interview a sports teacher, most of the time they have like 4 more contacts that we can contact. But then also you have like the school affairs, like the best all over Austria, where we eventually want to go and get the word out. And then we also thought about going to like the school day, I don't know what's it called, but the school where the teachers come and the parents come, and then we set up like a little table maybe, and yeah.
Thank you. And a follow-up question, how do you know which kinds of activities young people would like to do?
Actually, our first goal is that we aim to work with the strategy which comes from the ministry. So the Ministry of Education has a strategy plan what the sports teachers have to do with the children. That's our first goal, that we like orientate on this plan, and afterwards we will just maybe talk to the children what they like, or we are not that old, so we also can memorize what we liked about back in the days in the sports classes, and so we will influence with that, and also with like colleagues who work in the sport industry.
You talked about AI-generated movement plans. Do you plan on using anything like OpenAI or program it yourself?
1 minute on the clock.
Actually, we now have the full license for OpenAI, but my focus in my studies is on data science. I worked with machine learning before, and so like we try to do it. We don't know if we do it with OpenAI, but we try to do it by our own, or maybe with some experts on the field.
So you're also open to generate value through that data?
Yes.
Okay.
Quick last question. So just to clarify, it would be that the teachers are doing this on a voluntary base. It's not mandatory from a school as a central, but from the teachers.
For us, obviously, the perfect solution would be that the ministry or the government says, okay, every school needs to implement this, but essentially, yeah, they don't have to use it, obviously. But if we provide enough value and the perfect solutions, I bet we can make it work perfectly.
Amazing problem.
Thank you. Give them a round of applause, everybody. Thank you. You can give me that, and you can give me that. Amazing, tackling real problems, as we heard from the jury. So next up, we have All-in-One, and I'd like to welcome to the stage Martin and Luca. Come on, gentlemen. Give them a round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Here is that. Here is your clicker. Your timer is there. You can start.
Hi, my name is Luca. My team and I are building All-in-One, which is the first tool that lets you easily track and analyze all your finances in one place. So these days, there's so many different options to save, store, and invest your money, which makes it pretty difficult to keep an accurate overview. Now, if we take a closer look, we can see that in Austria, there's a huge gap between people who declare that they keep a personal budget and people who actually use a tool to manage their finances. And we want to close this gap by building All-in-One, which is the first tool that lets you, firstly, track all of your accounts in one place, secondly, is focused on Austria, and thirdly, is completely free in its core version, which you can see here on the screen. Now, the way it works is that on the one side, it aggregates all of your savings. On the other side, it aggregates all of your investments, which then results in a total number for your overall net worth. With our tool, it will enable you to effortlessly improve your spending and investing habits.
In our team, we have the three personalities every successful startup needs. We have a hustler, a hacker, and a hipster. Unfortunately, our hacker Ernest can't be here today, but he's currently doing his master's in computer science and will help us build the app. We are currently testing our prototype with real customers, and we are finalizing the technical concept, which will enable us to launch the app in Q4 this year. Now, please all take out your phones, scan this QR code to check the current version of our prototype, and we are ready for the Q&A.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
A round of applause, everyone.
Thank you very much for the pitch. Just another question. Who is your competition here?
Yes, good question. We have a slide prepared for that. If it works.
Maybe start telling them.
Okay, so our competition focused on the European market. There are some companies who are doing a great job either on the investment side or on the savings side, savings and budgeting. And they're really great tools, but they are lacking this holistic approach that you can actually track all of your finances in one place and really have all in one.
But if I have like an app with my bank, it's also offering such information, doesn't it?
Yes, some banks already offer multi-banking options, which you've mentioned. But in our tool, you can not only track your bank accounts, you can track your credits, your PayPal account, your loans, your cash. If you have cash laying around at home, you can put it in our app and track it on the savings side. In addition, we have the whole investment page where you can track your stocks, your bonds, your derivatives, whatever you want.
And another quick question, how do you manage the interfaces? So how to get the interfaces to all these internationally operating companies and providers?
Yes. So in Europe, there's the open banking regulation in effect since 2018, which requires banks and financial institutions in general to offer standardized connections to their IT servers, so we can access their data by using API providers, which essentially aggregate all of these connections and offer us one connection to their systems, which is then connected to all of the financial institutions with maximum security because all of them are regulated. And for us, it's super convenient because we get a wide coverage with only one connection.
You said it's a free app. How do you generate money?
Of course, that's a great question. And really thought about this a lot because this is key when it comes to building an app like this. And basically the first idea was to do a freemium model like many of our competitors do, where you would limit some premium features and then let people pay for a premium version. But our market research, or like in part of our market research, we found out that the willingness to pay for such a premium version of the app is actually pretty low. So we decided to make the app completely for free. And this should enable us to first aggregate a huge user base. And then if we already gain the good user base, we will develop on-demand revenue streams. And we already have two particular ideas in mind for that. One would be to create a personalized robo-advisor that gives you, based on your data, personalized recommendations for your investments. And another potential idea is to develop the platform further into a comparison platform that will allow you to compare like brokers and banks, and there we can earn some revenue through commissions.
You talked about brokers, so you're also thinking about including insurances, because to get a full view of the financial life of a person, you also would need like something like life insurance and stuff like that.
Great point. Yeah, we are also considering doing insurance. And maybe one note is that one of our main competitors is really focusing on insurances, Finanzguru, but they are mainly focusing on the German market.
You mentioned that you did extensive user testing. Can you talk a little bit about the process?
Of course. First of all, we did like a big survey with around 150 participants. In addition, we did some user interviews with lead users
So we were basically talking to people who already use like Excel files or other tools to track their finances, and just in general had a big pain.
Just over 30 seconds.
What's your go-to-market strategy? Who would you target first?
In general, this app would appeal like to a big customer, like a big range of customers, but particularly we want to focus on millennials living in Austria with mid to high income, because as part of our market research, we found out that they have the biggest need for such a product, and at the same time, they would also have the most amount of purchasing power and willingness to pay for potential additional services we want to offer.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank
A
you.
round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right. So as we can see, the clicker is a bit rough, guys. It's always about how you handle things under pressure, right? How do you handle things? And I think they did a pretty good job. So next up, we have Zenith Innovations, a collaboration between students from VU and Boku, truly interdisciplinary. You've got everything you need. Your timer is right there. You know the drill. And you can begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is cement, and it is bad. We are Zenith Innovations, and we are producing carbon-neutral additives for concrete. So, cement is really bad because it consists of 8% of global CO2 emissions, which is about the same as all the cars on the planet. This means that the energy crisis has made it impossible for concrete producers to really lower costs. This means they're looking for new solutions like ours. After cleaning water, sewage treatment plants incinerate sewage sludge to create biogas, a clean and valuable source of energy. This means that the resulting sewage sludge ash will be the final form of the beautiful sandwiches you had today. What we do is collect this ash, chemically stabilize it, and use it to replace 20% of cement in concrete. The additive we produce makes concrete 20% more sustainable, more durable, and affordable. We are having a real impact by advocating for clean water and energy, by promoting ethical promotion and calling for partnership. This is our business plan, which will yield us 4.6 million in the first 3 years. I would like to thank you for your attention and join us in paving the way to a sustainable future. Thank you.
Right on time. Well done. Thank you. All right. You guys know the drill. Jury, it's yours.
You had a lot of names on your slide. Can you share a bit more about your team and the skills you bring?
Absolutely. Well, why don't I let them answer the question? So, Alex, your skills?
Hello, my name is Alex. I'm also a VU student, and I will be responsible for the business planning. So I try to establish connection into the industry, so connection to wastewater treatment plants as well as to our market. And yes, and then I will give the mic to Nikolai.
Hi, my name is Nikolai. I am responsible for the finance side of Zenith Innovations. I have a background in consulting and finance, and will be responsible just to make sure that financially we're also all stable and growing.
Hello, I'm Michael. I'm the head of strategy, and I will take care of having, for example, future plan, for example. Let's say we have some legal restrictions that we need to meet, and I would take care of those and have a certain structure in the company.
Hi, my name is Evie. I am a student from Boku, and with my diverse sustainability background, I will take sure that our product stays a sustainability product.
Thank you for your pitch. Do you have a proof of concept for the structural integrity of your cement? And if so, why isn't the market leader on the same track as you guys and girls? Sorry.
So we do have, our proof of concept is theoretical, which is based on a lot of studies, both from the early 2000s and from the end of the 2020s. We haven't really seen anyone else working with this technology simply on the basis because it's in its inception. So sewage sludge ash is actually only starting to be used because it only gets produced in modern sewage treatment plants. Those plants who create biogas. And the actual incinerators for the biogas cost about 60 million euros. And many sewage treatment plants don't have access to them as of yet. Also, this is not really a sustainability issue that is at the forefront of the debate, of the green debate, if I should say. So while there is proof of concept, no one has really started doing it on a big scale.
Maybe as a follow-up question then, so how are you thinking of starting it on a big scale? Like, what would be the next steps?
Well, our next steps, funny you should ask. No. Well, let me just tell you then. So our next steps are basically setting up the basic circumstances for laboratory testing, which actually Avi just took a meeting today with sewage treatment plants. So we are first setting up our access to the material, and later we plan to spend the next around 6 months on trying to see if our concept works and try to get our hands on the material and into concrete laboratories so that we can conduct 7-day, 18-day, and 28-day tests.
Maybe just a precision, you said 4.6 million in 3 years. How did that number come up?
Well, I'll ask Nikolai, who's our financial professional.
Yep. So at the moment, we've estimated that the demand is there in the market, and I've estimated from our production capabilities and where we would outsource the production of the SSA and then added with the necessary chemical components to deliver the ready-made mix for the small and medium enterprises in Austria. So we are starting off with Austrian market, simply also because of environmental, regulatory, and other concerns, and then already expanding afterwards into other markets.
It's a really, really interesting topic, and I just want to ask how you would manage or tackle the financials for the first prototyping, the first field tests.
Well, it is no secret we are seeking investment. We do not have the means ourselves to undertake this as of yet. We are currently participating in and in the running for many grants. So we are looking for any funding we can find to really get it off the ground. But as of yet, we lack these resources, and that is also why we are here.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. That is time. A round of applause. All right, let's see if we can get this clicker working. It works for me. I think I've got like the magic touch or something. I don't know what's going on here. All right, awesome, guys. Thank you very much. Apologies for the technological problems. I hope they've been sorted out. Tech team over there, I'm talking to you right now. If the click doesn't work, click it for them, okay? Do you hear me? Got it. So, next up, we've got P&L Data, a team from VU. Welcome to the stage. Please give them a round of applause. Your timer is here.
Works. Okay. Cool. Hi. We appeal data. We work with data, so you don't have to. Almost 26% of marketed budget is wasted each year. It's almost 45 billion in Europe alone. Why this is happening? Well, marketing data analytics are complex and time-consuming tasks. Not many organizations have resources and time and capabilities to keep up with exponential growth of business data. This is why we are building AI-powered solution to collect, analyze, report, and plan all your marketing activities in one place. Our solution is designed to help marketers make educated decisions and build data-driven culture. It's not a magic. It's just science supported by education center and best practices.
Our solution is easy to use. No needed coding. Our education center and research guide make understanding data metrics easy and hassle-free. It's a niche market with huge volume as 3 billion euro and amazing annual growth rate near 15%. We know what we are doing. We combine experience and real-life testing and plan to release MVP version this year. We are looking for investments and support to accelerate our development.
Thank you. Thank you, team. A round of applause.
Thank you.
All right, everybody knows the drill. Jury, it's yours.
Thank you so much for your pitch. Who is your competition?
We analyzed very carefully our competitors. First of all, Google Analytics. It's a global platform. It's easy to use, and what show its insights in your data.
Yeah. What's the problem? Yes, I would just a little bit support here.
Yeah, sure.
So it's 2 years ago we have this story that we needed to build a dashboard, and we all came from different kind of scientific stuff and marketing and some from finance and so on, and we go and started to research how we can do it. Yes, you have Google Analytics. Yes, you have Salesforce, but it's quite a different here. Google Analytics will not show you all the data. Tableau, you need like years of experience, and you need a lot of program guys to do this stuff. But many organizations need it cheap and easy. Not 1 million as Tableau, not nothing to do with this as Google Analytics.
Have you also taken into consideration that the lack of resources in the marketing department to analyze the data isn't really the lack of understanding, but the lack of quality? And I don't mean like the tracking quality, but like the setup quality of ad server campaigns, naming conventions. And are you taking that also into consideration into your business model to not just only automate the reporting, but also like the setup of the campaigns and stuff like that?
Yeah, this was one of the biggest problems. You provided dashboards, you provide the instruments to your customers, but they still have no idea how to do it. They mess up with UTM data. You have to explain to them all the time what they have to do. And this is why you need something really easy. You just say, okay, click here, log in as you do every day to your Google, need Gmail or something like this. And you have all these activities collected for you, pre-built dashboards, so you cannot mess with them. You have, you can use, it's a lot of IEs, which we're trying at this moment work with, like Kaplan, because we built everything on Google platform at this moment. And you can use IE to help you to understand the data, to understand the metrics, to say, okay, what's the best practices here and now, what is my correspondence, and so on.
Could you talk quickly about your business plan?
Yeah, well, our business plan, it's not here, but we do a subscription model. It's a combination of minimum subscription, average subscription, and customized. At this moment, most what we do is customized because we are still in the process of building. And this is how we get all the data, we get most of the interviews, and we know customer story by customization for them, all these dashboards. But then we want to have it more like easy in money ways, money-wise, so you can like, starting from 500 euro, second it's like 1,500, and then it's customized based on your usage. This is average industrial-wide model.
How many people are there in your company right now, or in your team?
Well, at this moment, you saw the team of 3. We already added 2 more. And we have 2 engineers, 1 architect working for dashboards, and adding maybe 2 or 3 more in the end of the year.
I'm pretty sure you know about the APIs pretty well, but as far as I understand it, you import the data from the different APIs and then you normalize it so that you can compare the impressions on analytics to Google Analytics to Facebook Ad Manager, Business Manager, and stuff like that. So, how deep are you going to go into like the typical marketing KPIs? What is your goal to display in the dashboard?
30 seconds.
Yeah. like 2 years ago, it was a revolution in API actually. This helped us to start doing this because before it was like a Wild West. And now you can do all this stuff really easy. Like it used to be 2 weeks to do one API connection. Now you can do it in 1 day. Yeah, we explored this really. And the most thing we also building API to put our data to your analytics, to your system, which you use enterprise-wise.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for P&L Data.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're really pushing through. It's always funny, this part, where there's like been this whole preparation to get here, right? The Entrepreneurship Avenue is like over several weeks, and then within like less than an hour, all the top 10 pitches are done. It's quite a lot. So, right, let's get the next team name up, please. We're going to be calling onto the stage. Our next team is Smiling Food, right? Another interdisciplinary team. Is that Smiling Food? Are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready? Your timer is going to be here in the front. Please give them a big round of applause.
We are Smiling Food, and I have one question for you. Are you ready for the sweetest solution of the day? What do we do? Okay, so we all know that sugar is a big problem of our health. And actually, there are so many solutions out there, but none of them is actually sufficient. This is because the alternatives are super weak. Either they have a problem with the sweetness level, or they can cause a bad blood sugar regulation, or other than that, to be honest, they just all don't taste good. So what are we actually doing? We came up with a 1-to-1 replacement of sugar, which is Limex 2, which can replace sugar by 100%. It not only tastes like sugar, but it's also biochemical, exactly functional reacting like sugar. So how are we planning to go to the market? So our solution is that we first go over the supermarkets to the end consumer, and after we have actually gained enough funding and we can scale up over actually going into business with our ingredient in big food brands. But who's actually the team behind it? So we are 3 musketeers, and my name is Lisa, and I'm the creative part. Then we have Max, who is our master of operations, and our brain, last but not least, is Lena, who's actually responsible for biochemical engineering and also the nutritional science part. So, since we're in the middle of the pitch, I don't want you to forget this. So, sweet dreams are made by Smiling Food. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. A truly interdisciplinary team. All right, rest of the team on the stage. Jury, you know what to do. 5 minutes.
Great energy. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
A few questions here. You said you have a 1-to-1 replacement for sugar that basically functions chemically exactly the same. What's the nutritional value of the sugar?
Okay, do you want to explain this? Okay. So we're basing it on a sugar alcohol, and we actually invented a certain process improving actually it by acids and also getting a base of the nucleic acid to make it work so it tastes completely like sugar and has not any aftertaste. Also, it has 50% less calories. It has a low glycemic index of 2, so it's also suitable for diabetic people, and yeah.
50%
It has
less
50% less calories, yeah.
And the blood sugar?
Excuse me?
The impact on the blood sugar? Didn't get that acoustically?
Oh yeah, it has a low glycemical index, so it's suitable for diabetics as well.
That sounds great. Two questions. Have you done customer testing? And if yes, how did it go? And second question, what's your price point?
Okay, I'll go ahead till Max is ready. Okay, so yes, we did the market testing. So first of all, we made our first trial with the product, with the first formulation. Then we went to Rewe and to Clever Clover, and we actually made a product taste with them. And last week we were at the Entrepreneurship, at the startup of the Austrian startup, and we had 400 people trying our product. And we actually have a satisfaction rate of 92% at the moment, but we're still proceeding to go further. And yeah, Max, any words to the pricing?
Well, I cannot find the slide now, but obviously our sugar replacement is not going to be as cheap as sugar, but we can compete with other sugar replacements. and we can also even be a bit cheaper than them. So we are cheaper than xylitol or erythritol.
First of all, I love the branding. It's really cool. My question would be, where do you produce?
Yeah, so at the moment, so we just got into the AWS first incubator, so we'll finance with that the laboratory at the Boku, because till now we actually did everything by ourselves, and it was a lot of money renting into it, and we also cannot do things as fast. Like for Lena, it was really hard to find out things from Willhaben, which we can do actually analysis with. But yeah, the plan is to actually keep it in-house as much as possible till we have a patent, because then we can license it to a manufacturer.
I think it's clear. Thank you so much. Great product.
Thank you.
I have a question about, let me just check my notes. Yeah, why hasn't this product been invented yet?
I mean, I would never say that nobody else is thinking about this. I think there may be some people out there also working on it. The thing is, the EU regulation on food is very strict. So there's not much you can actually go down to in which you can use to get it approved. So therefore, I think, for example, we are working on this idea since 2 years, and I think if you really dig deep into something and you spend really like 30 hours a week working on it seriously, then, and you have a really high motivation. So my grandma was diabetic, was a confectioner and had to retire. So for me, it was like the purpose of really finding something valuable, which is also for me and then for everyone else who has the same issue. So I think that's actually also the lobby. It's an old economy industry, and that also makes it really hard to push new ideas and to push innovation in people. So we also had kind of to fight against that. Like we have Agrana on the opposite, waiting for us to make a mistake. But yeah.
Who's your exact target audience? Is this for the, let's say, fitness interested kind of guy, or is it more like for a medical purpose?
So we are going to start out to target actually diabetic people because they have the biggest pain point. But also we are going to target families who don't want the children to eat unhealthy. They also have a big pain point on that.
20 seconds.
What are your next steps in terms of scaling?
Okay, so the next steps are that we actually want 500 participants on our market research. At the moment, we have 250. And then it's that we actually want to apply for the AWS Innovative Solutions to get more funding in terms of research and development. Then we want to update our business plan. And furthermore, we are a nominee for the University World Startup, and we'll also try to make here, gain new contacts. And last but not least, to really find suppliers who are also working eco-friendly and where it's sustainable to produce. So we want to keep everything within the EU.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give them a round of applause for that very delicious pitch. Thank you. You guys can leave now. Thank you very much. Awesome stuff. I like that. Low calories and still tasty. Tell me more. All right, so next up on the stage, we have team number 7. We have Pomo, hailing from SIMC. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the stage. Give them a round of applause.
Hello, we are Pomo, and we turn speech therapy into fun.
Meet Lalo, my little sister. Like me and my teammates, she struggled with speech difficulties growing up. And these challenges made her feel isolated and demotivated, struggling to be understood by her peers. This can even lead to less educational and career opportunities. Sadly, this experience is shared by 1 in 5 children. And, I'm so sorry, but this is a really bad thing.
Boring paper-based exercises and relying on parents hinders the practice from the children, and actually this results later on in fewer career opportunities and also less educational opportunities. But this is where Pomo comes in. So Pomo is a subscription-based mobile platform that supports children, parents, and speech therapists. With Pomo, therapists can customize the games for the children's specific needs. The app tracks progress and gives also insights for therapy sessions. Through gamification, children are practicing more and also are more engaged in the whole process. This also reduces the reliance on parents and makes the whole process more engaging. Our first prototype is being developed, and soon we hope to give children like Lolo the chance to grow in confidence and speak up in social situations. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Well done, team. Round of applause. Jury, you know what to do. Ask the tough questions.
Thank you for your pitch. Great problem that you're trying to solve. I have a question about your team. How did you develop the prototype and what are your next steps?
Okay, so we are still currently developing the click dummy. So we have some screenshots right now that you saw in the presentation. And how we developed the screenshots, where we talked to a lot of speech therapists. We did a survey of 130 speech therapists in the DACH region. We talked to 10 of them in 1 hour interviews, and a lot of them already gave us feedback on the screenshots and said, once you have the click dummy ready, which is our next step in the next couple of weeks, to get a functioning prototype, so to say, to present them to the speech therapists you already talked to and some more. And down the line, in the next few months, we want to do a functioning prototype that we then want to also test with children and their parents.
So on your last slide, it said it's based on voice and face recognition. So do I understand it correctly? The kid has it in front of itself, and then it says something, and it detects whether it's right or wrong?
Yes. So we are using the smartphone, and the smartphone has nowadays, like every smartphone has face recognition and voice recognition, of course. There's a microphone. So how it works is that we record the sounds and also with the face recognition, the facial expressions of the child. And that gives us a more engaging experience, because you don't just tell the child if it is right or wrong, but it says how it did it right or wrong and how it can do better. Like, for example, when it does the sh loud, it says, no, do a little bit more with the tongue, or open your mouth a little bit more. And so we have increased engagement and also increased empowerment, because this child doesn't rely on the parents to correct them, but they can do it on their own between sessions.
How do you plan on giving that feedback and analyzing that data?
Yes, so there's basically 2 options. We could either do a pre-packaged AI model, or we do a self-developed AI model. Nowadays, there's so many pre-packaged AI models on the market that we only have to feed with our own input and data, that we're probably going to go for that route, which is first cheaper, and then second, we have a faster go-to-market.
Do you have any proof of concept that works with a large language model, since they basically learn from correct pronunciation and stuff like that?
Yes, so we talked to some experts in the field, like some AI experts. Also, one person on our advisory board, so to say, has both studied speech therapy and is an AI student right now. And he said it is possible. The thing is, once you have the infrastructure in place and the AI in place, it is pretty transferable and pretty scalable, because we have basically 0 variable costs with each additional child we onboard. But that is, of course, we are very aware that this is not an easy task to do, and that is probably our biggest hurdle, and where we need the most funding for to build this AI model, feed it with data, which we want to do in collaboration with FHs that do logopedies, like speech therapy in Austria, and get the data that way, and also train our model with the first user base, and then grow our user base slowly until we have exponential growth with a bigger scalability across markets.
You said it's subscription-based, and it's obviously helping the kid. So if the kid has it on the phone, I assume it's the parents paying for it. And how does the speech therapist come in here? Do they also need the app? Is it somehow linked?
Yes, good question. So we would offer it via a subscription-based model. Now we're thinking of 20 euros, which is a willingness to pay that is feasible, which we found out via our survey, but there's also upside potential. But to go one step more, you can see here, we would also share some part of these 20 euros with the speech therapists. So we would give them a commission of, let's say, around 10 to 20% we're thinking of right now, which they would get for each patient that signs up to POMO.
1 minute on the clock.
What's your background? So do you have background in speech therapy?
Me personally, I don't have speech.
You as a team?
So we as a team, actually all of us have had speech therapy in our childhood. So we kind of have the user-based view. and that's why, yeah, we have the user-based view, but we're working with experts that have like the speech therapy.
And what is the age group you're actually targeting?
That's 4 to 12 years. So, I don't know what's happening here. Maybe important to note also, we're aiming at children that can read and that can't. So that also distinguishes us from some solutions on the market.
Super fast, 10 seconds.
Which languages are you intending to offer?
Right now, we're aiming to start with the DACH market, which is a pretty big market. And after that is established, we're thinking of starting with the English-speaking and the Spanish-speaking market.
Fantastic. Thank you guys very much. Awesome. I think it's really cool when people are solving problems that they've had themselves, right? They really understand what it's all about. Then they're truly invested. So thank you guys. That was great. Next up, we have Felix, who's representing Planet Matters, hailing from Boku. Give him a round of applause. I see he's got some fans in the audience. The timer's there. The floor is yours.
3 million followers on TikTok, over 200 million views within the last 12 months, and all that with a topic that's changing the world in a good way. My name is Felix Kraner and I'm the founder of Planet Matters. A little over a year ago, I started the Planet Matters startup from scratch, and as of today, I turned it into one of the largest environmental movements worldwide on social media. We all know that plastic pollution in nature, especially in and around oceans, is a huge problem that's getting worse every year. So what can the average human do about it? Take action. We formed a community movement that cleans up nature worldwide. We upload our beach and ocean cleanups on TikTok and other social networks to inspire viewers to join in and take action like we do. We started financing our mission through selling ads to sustainable companies that align with our vision and through selling merchandise in our online store, such as this recycled bracelet made out of fishing nets I'm wearing here today. We're looking for investors in the field to provide us with the capital and expertise needed to take our impact to the next level. So, join us at Planet Matters and let's work together to free our planet from plastic. Thank you.
Well done. Over to the jury.
Thank you for your pitch and for tackling climate change. I have and congratulations for your reach on social media. That's really impressive. I have a question about your team. So who will you be working with, or who are you working with right now?
So I started all this by myself, but of course I have people I'm working with. One of them is in the audience today. Her name is Eva Schneider, also from Boku. And I'm actually right now also looking for business partners in the field to form a partnership, because I know it's a little much to handle all this by myself.
Would you consider yourself as a social business?
I think in general in this society you always need to see that your business also brings in money. So my vision and my mission is very social, but I think in order to achieve that it needs to bring in revenue and make profits.
And what would be the next steps then?
So basically we just started our online shop and we want to further look for products that we can sell there that are, well, if possible, made from plastic trash. And we're looking into collaborating with other companies in the field that are interested in our reach and that also have a sustainable vision.
You just mentioned vision. So if you're envisioning yourself a year from now, where do you want to be? Where do you want your company to be?
Me, a year from now, I hope I'll be in some beach somewhere with many people cleaning up as much plastic as possible. And the company, it's all about reach. So I think the more quality videos we'll put out there and the more funding we'll receive for our project, the more plastic we can actually take out of the ocean and out of the nature in general.
Great answer to that question. You showed us your TikTok profile. Do you have other social media channels that we can compare it to? Or only TikTok?
You mean in terms of
Like
other competitors?
No, like Instagram.
Oh, yes. So I also created an Instagram, YouTube Shorts, Snapchat Spotlight, but TikTok's the most impressive one.
Yeah, but how many followers do you have on Insta?
Insta, it's currently around 15,000.
And what's the ratio? You just said you just started your web shop. What's the ratio from or how many orders did you have on your web shop or clients that visited the web shop?
Well, currently, as we just started, the numbers aren't really impressive, but it's also because we need to look at advertising better, and that's why I came here today to get some help.
There are some great initiatives out there tackling a similar problem. Are you planning on maybe even cooperating, or is it just a standalone business for you?
As I said, I'm open to cooperating, and I think it's very important to find a strong business partner to push this project to the next level. I think what differentiates the Planet Matters movement to other movements like whatever Greenpeace is that we really have a positive vibe and a positive approach to all that. So we don't say, yeah, people are bad, we throw in all this plastic, but we make this a trend. We say, oh, we're happy, we're on the beach, we're cleaning up. Everyone can join in and everyone can make a difference.
Do you organize those happenings via TikTok, Instagram? Is there a newsletter?
So we are actually also organizing some cleanups today in the region of Vienna. We're making a cleanup road trip in the summer with people, and we have people worldwide sending in videos that are inspired because of the Planet Matters movement that we also repost. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks.
And where is your community? Do you have any sense of where in the world the majority of your followers are based?
Actually, that's the, let me see. That works, the clicker. Huh? Well, I can answer. So usually it's funny, it's all where there's a lot of water. So we have many followers coming from Brazil, from certain parts of the USA, France, Spain, and yeah, basically anywhere around the world. We reached over 200 million people in the last 12 months, so there's people sending in from Bali and wherever really, Japan, yeah.
Brilliant, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing, thank you very much. Spreading, what did he say, positive vibes around cleaning up. I think it's really amazing, and if we can turn it into a business model, then it really truly becomes sustainable. So making sustainability sustainable. All right, give a round of applause for Context. We're going to take it away. Thank you, gentlemen. Your time is here. Your jury's here. Click that way. The floor is yours.
Hi, we are Yannick and Jorrit and the founders of Context, your AI-based fact-checking system. So fake news are everywhere, and fake news has an impact on ourselves, but also on other people. That's why we are going to this problem. Just in the United States, fake news has an impact on $78 billion of damage in just 1 year.
So, and that is where Context steps in. So Context checks information, and our AI system determines if the information given is based on facts or not. But how do we use it? So, first, enter your statement to verify through a web access. Secondly, get a quick traffic light evaluation. So, is your information based on a validated source or has it no factual foundation? And thirdly, get a quick overview of our processing information and the sources we use. And even better, we ensure that your data is secure.
Context Basic will be free of charge. Context Plus will be an MRR model, where we give you even more information, for example, detailed analysis.
So, just now we finished our prototype testing, and we're also establishing cooperations with other institutes, and we're also on a web version.
Behind Context stand me, Yannick, the CEO, Jorrit, the CFO, and our developer team, Felix and Jacob.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A round of applause. Jury, it's all on you.
Thanks for the pitch. How do you plan on realizing it on a technical point of view? You're using basically a tool that's pretty easy to fool with fake news to determine fake news.
So right now we have 2 developers in a team, Jacob and Felix. They already have basic know-how. Our next step will be to get another AI expert into our team, and we're planning to use open source projects. Yannick, you have something on that?
Yes, of course. So I have to say, I have a journalism background and I'm well connected in the journalism part. That's why we created just kind of a system where our AI system can understand and can integrate which newspapers, for example, is working really with hard fact-checking systems and which newspapers, for example, are working just on a boulevard sentences. This is really many criteria, for example, with the speech, which kind of wording will be used, for example.
Thank you. And who is your target customer?
So at first we're going to focus on the B2C sector, on young adults, because they have a high information criteria, so they need to verify information a lot. And on the B2B sector, we're going on businesses that have to validate information. So especially in the financial sector and also in the healthcare sector, because sometimes it's mandatory, sometimes it's just better for marketing.
Have you talked to any of your proposed customers yet? And if yes, what was the reaction?
Yes, we did a user testing with 20 people. That was our first feedback. And later, right now, we are starting the next round in the couple of months.
When we talk about data, it's a lot about trust. So how are you planning to get that trust from people that want to buy your product and the credibility?
Yeah, so first, the point what we focus on most is transparency. So we want to be completely transparent in how we validate, and also we're working with an ethics department together so we can ensure that that point is really for the people it's given, so we can ensure it's trustworthy.
What financials will you need for the next steps?
So at first, our financials will be on personal, also on, how do you say it, employees. And we are planning, so for the first market renderings, it will be around 300,000, because we're in the AI area.
Maybe on that, do you already thought about a price point?
Yeah, we already thought about a price point. So we have Context Plus, and we want to start with a low fare so that individuals can use it. But we also have individual packages for businesses. They will be individually made because we have a plugin version, and it really depends on how they want to use it. And we also have to give little changes.
Yeah, at this point you have to understand that we are a product B2B and B2C, and the individual points of B2C is really strong in this business. For example, bigger companies needs fact-checking. They have their own system, own people in their companies, and they have something to do just the whole day. They are trying to check if the statistics maybe is possible for the marketing team, for example, and that's why we have to do some individual point there.
What's your go-to-market strategy? So both for the B2C and for the B2B side?
1 minute.
Okay, first of all, we are trying our user testing. That's the biggest point. And later, we are cooperating with journalism platforms, but as well also with many people who have an interesting background, especially if we talk about influencers and people who are activated, for example, for real fake news or talk about fake news. That is our first point, so that we get directly our target group, so these directly persons who are interested in our group for us.
20 seconds, one more question.
20 seconds. Okay, so nothing left? Okay, then thank you. That
Thank
was
you
Context.
so much.
Can you hear me? Ah, there we go. Well done. Whew. All right. 9 down and 1 more to go. Let's just take a moment. It's been great, right? We've got our last team here. We've had some amazing pitches so far. Lots of people working on really amazing ideas, really trying to have an impact. And now, for the very last team, I'd like to welcome onto the stage SUS Team, another collaboration between VU students and Boku. Give them a big round of applause, guys. Your timer's here. Clicker in that direction.
Yeah, let's try if it's working actually. It doesn't, okay, it works. So, hey, we are Arthur and Kasia, and we are here to show you how SUSTEAM will combat greenwashing. You might think that while choosing a hotel, travelers care only about the price or the location of the room. But actually, 76% of guests are looking for sustainable accommodations, and they are willing to pay more for them. But hotel managers like Christina don't have the tools and the knowledge to bring the real value of their actions. Of course, there are certifications, but transparency is what's missing. This is why we created SUSTEAM, a 360 ESG framework to empower hotels to be sustainable. It works as follows. We collect the data from the hotel, validate it, and rate the hotel. So Christina can show her guests, she's also doing a pilot with us already, she can show her guests how sustainable is her hotel by simply integrating our certification plugin into hotel websites and displaying each ESG indicator score. Additionally, we will analyze the data and we will support Christina with generating reports and improving hotels' ESG KPIs. These are our products and we will monetize them in the tiered pricing model. We are a team of tech enthusiasts with a startup expertise and passion for sustainability. So join us and let's become one big sustainable team, SUSTEAM.
Thank you guys very much for that awesome pitch. Over to the jury.
Thank you. You're building a product that's based on people trusting you in your certification. So how are you intending to build that trust? So what's your communication and marketing strategy when it comes to the customers?
Thank you for the question, very important question. So we are starting by building a partnership network with well-known organizations like the Austrian Tourism Association and the Hotel Association here in Austria. And then we will use their network and also their knowledge and expertise to build a scoring which can really validate the hotels in an accurate manner. And with them, we hope we will build the credibility.
What kind of data has the hotel give to you in order to do that rating?
There are different indicators, and of course, if we will have more data, the scoring will be more transparent and more accurate. For now, we are extracting different data from open source data, from data providers, and the data that provided from the hotels. For example, utility bills, invoices, and the other documents in order to estimate their metrics.
So there's no standardized data that you ask for, so it's more or less what they are willing to give you, and therefore there's the rating.
For now, we need to be more flexible because we don't really have all data that we need. But of course, there are some requirement data indicators and some data that will provide better performance.
Is it at this point then really comparable, the rating per se?
So to add a bit more on that, what we are aiming to be compliant with the current and upcoming regulations, like the Corporate Responsibility Reporting Directive, which will be applicable for even the smallest hotels by 2027, right? But at the beginning, we are doing customer interviews to really validate which data hotels have, and then try to make something from that, and then we will help them to substitute for the missing data.
How is it currently done in other countries? Is there such a certification available, and why is it not done by like Quality Austria, another provider of like certifications?
So there is a certification. It's sorry for my German pronunciation, it's Umweltzeichen something. And the problem with that one is that the end customers don't really understand what it means, right? It's a kind of like colorful stamp saying that the hotel is sustainable or the restaurant, because they are certifying not only hotels, also different properties. And at the end, a traveler doesn't know what this means, what means sustainability level 1 or 2. And how we are different, I don't know if you have seen that. I will try to go back, maybe. No, actually. Let's try to... Okay, it doesn't matter, but we are showing 16 different indicators to the travelers so they can rate, okay, I like this hotel because they are performing very well in the environmental section. If I figure it out how it's going back, then I can show you. Okay, now it's going back. Okay, so you can see it's even moving, right? You can see the different indicators.
How are you planning on making money? And if you're charging a fee for using the system, how do you achieve like the trust level or the accountability for? Yeah.
So for travelers, we are not charging them; it's for free. Our customers, the paying customers, are hotels. We have a tiered pricing model where the price is tied to the size of the hotel, but not to the score. So not like the current some organizations, you can just pay for the higher score. We are not doing that, but we have different products, and then based on what customer wants, in this case hotel, what they want, we will offer them the whole framework or one of the products, so they can be bought together or separately.
45 seconds.
How do you achieve a diversification of the different certificates that you're handing out? Because when I'm like a hotel and I have a bad score, I would just stop paying you, so I don't have the certificate. And you know what I mean? Like, where's the differentiation for the client?
Yes, so we are aware that probably not every hotel will be so sustainable that they will want to display their score. This is why we also have the ESG management system to help them get there. So if the score is not good currently, we will provide them with the system which will be based on their data and the benchmark data, how other holders are performing. We can help them improve their ESG score. That's the idea.
Thank you.
So you're also providing like consultancy service to get a better ESG score?
Yes or no?
Data for that. Yeah.
We are a technical team, so we are building a software as a service solution, but we will partner with sustainability organizations also.
Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. Cheeky last question in there, eh? No, I like it. Cool, amazing pitches. And that is it, guys. The last 10, top 10 pitches of the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023. That was it, and I think it was pretty amazing. Can we give one last round of applause for all 10 teams? Well done, guys. You really did an amazing job. You know, if you made a little mistake along the way, no one cares. It's about getting up, it's about doing it, it's about pushing through, it's about getting the idea across. And I think they got the idea, for the most part, I hope. So, I think our jury need to go now. Is that correct? Right? Follow that lovely lady over there. She will take you to your room where you will have to decide the top 3 winners. I think it's going to be a bit tough. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes now. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Actually, while they go, give a round of applause to the jury, everyone. All right. So while we wait, and I continue to talk to kill time a little bit more, so that they have time to deliberate. But no, it's not me you'll be hearing from while we wait for the results. It is Rudolf. If you don't know who Rudolf is, if you weren't here earlier, he is the, turn that off, Rudolf, right? He is the founder of the Entrepreneurship Center Network. They founded the Entrepreneurship Avenue 10 years ago. He's been with this Entrepreneurship Avenue throughout the entire time, and I'd like to give him a big warm welcome. He's going to be reflecting on the last 10 years and looking back at the impact that the Entrepreneurship Avenue has had. So please, welcome onto the stage. Thank you. Rudolf.
Thank you, James. Yes, that's me. So it's my honor to kill the time right now until we get the results of the jury. And since you've only been here for roughly 6 hours, I think it's the right time to do some history lesson right now. So actually what I would like to do is to reflect a little bit, or take the opportunity today, having the 10th anniversary Avenue, to reflect on the past 10 years and the history and development of the Entrepreneurship Avenue. And just like the pitches that we heard right now. So the pitch usually goes, there is a problem and they are presenting a solution and how they are going to bring the solution to the market. So I'll try to do it in a somewhat similar way. So the problem that we are addressing in the entrepreneurship centers of universities is firstly that we see that there is too little entrepreneurship education happening at universities. So basically just 2, 3, maybe 4% of students have the opportunity to get some kind of entrepreneurship education. As a result, there is a lack of awareness of entrepreneurship as a viable career path. And furthermore, talking of the connection between various universities, there is a lack of interdisciplinary collaboration between universities. So this is what we in the Entrepreneurship Center and the colleagues at the other universities are basically doing all day. And now let's get to the humble beginnings of Entrepreneurship Avenue. So basically, this is a Christmas carol, a Christmas story, because it all started around Christmas in 2013 when some quite motivated and initiative students approached me and said, Rudolf, we would like to do a startup conference at WU, a startup conference for WU students. And like with many great students' initiatives, we said, yes, this is a cool idea, but let's talk about it a little bit more, maybe not just the conference, because conference is basically consuming content, so let's build something that brings in more activity and dynamics in the program. So basically, within just, we had this meeting in mid-January, so the follow-up meeting, and in this meeting we basically designed the whole concept of the Entrepreneurship Avenue, and we already started brainstorming on the title for the program, and we had a designer who did this very design back then. And this is, what you can see here is the pioneering team, so that's the first organizing team of the Entrepreneurship Avenue. So it was 15 people putting this into practice. And when we did our first meeting, you see the project plan already here. So on this whiteboard, you see the whole Entrepreneurship Avenue story and how it works out. And we actually also have some KPIs on there, like how many people we wanted to reach on various social media channels, and how many people should take part, and how many teams should take part in the lab series and the conference, and so forth. And it turned out pretty lovely. So we had around 600 participants in the conference, 25 teams going through the lab series. So we were pretty happy with the outcome, and expectations fulfilled, so to say. So to us, it was clear Entrepreneurship Avenue 2014 should not remain an experiment, but that should be something that's here to stay. And as any startup should do, and any organization should do, you should be aware of the purpose of what we're doing. So before we started with Entrepreneurship Avenue 2015, we did a strategy workshop. So the leadership teams of the ECN and SIMC, facilitated by one of the early supporters of Entrepreneurship Avenue, Frank Owen, we did a strategy workshop. And we worked on the guiding beliefs of Entrepreneurship Avenue and the purpose of Entrepreneurship Avenue. And these are basically still the cornerstones for each and every new organizing team, and basically helps to make sure that the Avenue stays with its roots. And as a result, we had this purpose, and the early years, it was an amazing development. So within only 4 years, the number of participants quadrupled. So in 2017, we had around 1,500 participants in the conference, and the same number taking part in the lab series. And like I'd say, that was the time when Entrepreneurship Avenue developed into some kind of a fixed event series in the Austrian startup ecosystem, but we also gained some international recognition by AACSB. This is the world's largest education network, and they awarded us a big prize. We were highlighted as an entrepreneurship best practice model, as the only European program out of around 120 applications. So that was a big thing for us. So today we are here and we see 10 years, we have had more than 50,000 participants, more than 430 startup teams going, taking the Entrepreneurship Avenue story, more than 300 supporters in the sense of sponsors, mentors, speakers, pitch trainers, members of the jury, and most importantly, around 250 students being part of the organizing team and putting this whole program into life every year. And I think this is what the Entrepreneurship Avenue is all about. This is about people. This is about providing a platform to help people grow on various levels. So 15,000 names would be a little bit hard to put on one slide, but at least I put here the 432 startup projects that went through the Entrepreneurship Avenue in the past 10 years. I'm really sorry the design is not the coolest design, but at least every team is here, and I see Markus already. Yes, you are on there as well. Some of the teams, the idea of the Avenue is, to provide an opportunity to get a glimpse of entrepreneurship. So there is no pressure involved. This is really about, providing students with the opportunity to do this. And if you say at the end of the program, it was a nice experience, but I found for myself entrepreneurship is not my thing, this is fine. Some people running through the program would say, okay, yes, it was great. However, the idea I was working on or the team I was working with was not the perfect fit, so they might rejoin the startup scene sometime later with another idea, with another team. But, of course, we are happy that there are some teams that are still out there. So some pictures of participants, one of the early star teams of the Entrepreneurship Avenue, the winner of the Entrepreneurship Avenue Pitch Award. Back then they were called Job Swiper. Now they are better known as Hockeyfy. So there's the two co-founders of Hockeyfy. We also got yes, here is Stefan Atz. He is the co-founder of Benu, and he won the Entrepreneurship Avenue Pitch Award in 2018. Another team here is Michael and Luca from Kerntech. They took part in the Entrepreneurship Avenue in 2019. They were not the winning team, but they were part of the top 10 in that year. And here we have the co-founder of Refurbed, Peter Windischofer, and Refurbed won the Entrepreneurship Avenue in 2017. So we're really happy and proud that these teams took the Entrepreneurship Avenue as a stage. And then there are some teams that made it pretty high in the ranking of the top 10, but they would not continue working on their projects for various reasons. But some of them are still very active in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. I just have two example pictures. You may know them. On the one hand, Hannah Wunsam. She's CEO of Austrian Startups, and she won the Pitch Award in 2019. And the young gentleman on the right, Markus Raunig, he's actually around here. And you took part in 2016, so that was the year post Hockeyfy. Maybe if I may, James, around here? Maybe just, I don't dare going over there because of the back thing.
You're gonna make us deaf. Here we go.
So Markus, your relationship to Entrepreneurship Avenue, your special Entrepreneurship Avenue moment?
My special Entrepreneurship Avenue moment. Yeah, obviously pitching at the Entrepreneurship Avenue was great. I think I still remember that as being as prepared as I never was for a pitch. And then we had a live demo, although everybody told us we should never do a live demo because it will never work. And then the live demo worked, but when we went back to the actual presentation, the whole IT system broke down. and we didn't have a presentation anymore. So my co-founder Matthias, he just went on with the pitch, and we won a lot of prizes that day. And they pretty much told us our idea was shit, but the team is really great because we managed to deal with this obstacle. So that was a big learning and quite a good experience for all of us.
I guess that you got some cash on stage, right?
Yes, I think 7,500 euros. So we got on this day. So it was very successful.
Thank you for being around. So the teams, the participants, all of this support infrastructure would not be feasible with our strong partner network and many people, accompanying us along this way. So what you see here is the over 300 mentors, pitch trainers, jury members, speakers of Entrepreneurship Avenue. So this is the time where I would like to say thank you all for moving along with us. And
give them a round of applause.
Yes, a big round of applause for all the supporters. And actually, there are not that many group pictures of mentors. I only found this one from, I think it was 2019. So here you see the happy Entrepreneurship Avenue family. And there's just one person, and I know he's not around anymore. But as an example for someone who's been part of this whole journey from the very beginning, I'd like to give a big shout out to Mr. Daniel Cronin, and it's really horny how he's been supporting us from day one already. And I think that picture is also like 2015 or something like this. So another big round of applause to our mentors and speakers and jury members and so forth. And then there is the teams, the organizing teams. 246 student organizers were part of the journey of the past 10 years. And I think it's really unique to such a big program to have a new organizing team every year. So each team has to make their own, experiences, and there is a lot of things documented, and yes, we're trying to help, and there is other people who help, but still everyone goes through all of this just once and for the first time. And this is sometimes tough, but I think there is so much positive sides on this, because each new vintage of Entrepreneurship Avenue organizers brings in their very own ideas and their perspectives, and on what kind of emphasis they would like to put into their Entrepreneurship Avenue. So I think, to me, that's also a reason why, at least I believe, Entrepreneurship Avenue, even if it's the 10th edition, you never get bored of it, because a little bit here, a little bit there is always different and always new ideas. So I'd like to walk you through the teams we've had. So you've already seen the pioneers. You see them again. Anna Körber, she was the head organizer back then. Betty Hitzinger, she was SIM president. A number of, some SIM students. Some people from ECN, from Boku. Camilla Sievers, for example. So that's the pioneering team. This is where it all started. 2015, head organizer Simon Cronenberg. Actually, he's right now co-founder of a startup based in Los Angeles. So, for him, Entrepreneurship Avenue was quite a catapult as well, with his now wife. And yes, I can see Markus here already, part of the organizing team. So you've had different roles in here. 2016, the team brought us the Entrepreneurship Avenue song. And it was a great moment, all of the team on the stage and singing together the Entrepreneurship Avenue anthem. That was lovely. 2017 brought us, among many other things, the Avenue Unicorn. So that was the first year that the Avenue Unicorn was around at Entrepreneurship Avenue. Head organizers Eva, she was on the jury today. Benedikt, I haven't seen him yet. He said that he might be able to make it. Philipp Hofmacher and Carmen Eichhorn. 2018, Berna, Chris, Barbara, and Ellie. 2019, Monique, who is now in the Entrepreneurship Center team, together with Alex. 2020 was a really tough year because that's the year when this COVID thing hit. And you know, the lockdown was 2 or 3 weeks before the kickoff was supposed to happen. And you know, we had some kind of discussions with the team on whether we should go along with the Entrepreneurship Avenue or maybe cancel it for this year, but they really took on the challenge. And within just a couple of days, they moved the whole program from an in-person program to an online setting, and it was really a big achievement. And actually, when this picture was taken on the final day, that was the first time that the whole team met, like all together. And I think we have a similar story soon again, because I already see. Florian and Ekaterina, 2021 team. So still in COVID, still very many challenges to tackle. So you set up a great hybrid program. You reinforce the online component of Entrepreneurship Avenue, and then we had the pitching day here on campus again, and it was so good to have people around again. It was basically just the pitching teams and some of the speakers and the jury, but still it was great. Maybe you'd like to share your experiences.
Come on, guys. I was there for that. It was amazing. Tell us.
You have to go up there. All right. Okay. Floor. All right. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll talk from Flo and myself as well. It was a great experience for us, also super unpredictable because of all COVID regulations changing all the time. And I remember beginning of May, it was the time when Austrian government announced that, hey, we're dropping like most of the regulations. And we were like, okay, we have the event in 3 weeks that was planned fully online. And we were like, people will be expecting at least some offline components of it. So we had to quickly switch to a hybrid mode, which I think went quite well. It was probably the first hybrid event at WU at that time. So yeah, that was a big challenge, but our team pulled through. So yeah.
But here again, you see this great entrepreneurial spirit of the Entrepreneurship Avenue organizing teams. You know, they are up for the challenges and they adapt, and within no time, you completely changed the design of the final event. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So then 2022 back on campus, and I saw Selina before. Selina and Ralitza, the head organizer. Selina is here. Selina, your one. Please come here. Like a year ago. How was it?
Last year?
Yes.
Very brilliant, because we were finally able to bring back the people to WU and generally bring back together community. We also had to kind of find a hybrid way where we combined the online workshops with the offline events, and we saw a community form, and I think that was very rewarding. And I think just like every other head organizer duo, you always learn so much when you look back at the experience, how you managed the team, how the team formed together. Everybody took so much responsibility. We're still in contact, as you can kind of hear. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you so much. So now we're up for the grand finale of Team 2023. There is no picture of the conference yet. They are over there. And I'd like to invite all of the team members, former team members, on stage, because I think there is a little surprise planned right now. And we would like to say, and I would like to say thank you for everyone involved. Markus, Flo, Katja,
old and
Selina,
new. Everybody, if
Lara.
you've ever been involved in the Entrepreneurship Avenue,
I see
please
Lara
join
over
us on
there.
the stage.
Victor.
Hype them up, guys. Hype them up.
Felix still around. Felix fine.
If you were ever involved in the Entrepreneurship Avenue, please get on the stage now.
which I guess includes me.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, DIE. Happy birthday to you.
We are experiencing technical difficulties. Is it unwrapped?
You use your strength.
All right, we'll do it later. Thank you guys. Round of applause. Oh,
Less to clean up, I guess.
cool. Thank you.
Thank you all. And I think we might... Yes!
That was a lot.
Well, thank you all. Maybe just one more thing. We prepared a little anniversary report of the Entrepreneurship Avenue. You find some copies of it over there at the info desk, so please feel free to have a look at it over there. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Rudolf. Wow, it is really crazy. I don't know if anybody noticed, I was in a couple of those photos, and it's been awesome to see how things have gone. I think, like Katja said earlier, I mean, the hybrid event. This was really crazy. Like, we were trying to figure out how to make people happy in person, but also make it really cool for people who were offline. And then we were tackling problems like batteries. Where's Flo? I mean, we had to like change cameras and change batteries and I mean, it was ridiculous, right? Any professional thing, this would not be a problem. But of course, we didn't know what the hell we were doing, right? But we managed to pull off what was an amazing hybrid event. And then last year's Entrepreneurship Avenue, again, first time in person, lots of pressure, right, Selena, Raleigh? Lots of pressure to do a really good job. And now we're here, and I think it's been an amazing day. A lot's been happening. So I think I've got the green light to go ahead and start handing out prizes. Is that correct? Where's my stage management? Stage management. All right. Where's the clicker? Yeah, the clicker's gone. Rudolph stole the clicker. Rudolph. All right, so I'm just going to keep babbling on. If you guys want to take a seat, that would be really great. We're going to be closing in a moment. We're going to be handing out the prizes, right? But we do need the clicker, and the clicker's coming on its way. Are all my teams here, right? Are all the teams here? Are all the teams here? Are we ready to do this? Am I just, talking a lot of shit? All right. So, the results. And then, okay. All right. Really? Wait, just come here. Just come here. We've got the time for this. 1 second. All right, so that moment of truth. I have the top 3 teams here. I haven't looked at them yet. Lots of anticipation. 3, 2, 1. So, in 3rd place of the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023, we have Team Pomo. Well done, guys. I think you guys all deserve high fives. My fellow SIMC students taking 3rd place. Well done, team. And the prizes for 3rd place. So, what do you win? Well, okay, you came to stage, thank you. So what do you win? We're going to give you 500 euros. It's not that much money, but it'll get you somewhere, right? You get Talent Garden's Tag Flex ticket discount, which means you can use Talent Garden's co-working space with some special kind of discount. You do get 3,000 euros for legal counseling by 42 Law, which I think is really cool and also might be relevant for you guys. I'm sure there's going to be some legal things. And you get Viva Tech tickets, right? So you guys get to go to the Viva Tech conference, which is really amazing. Do the sponsors want to hand over? We've got 42 Law here. Is there someone from Viva Tech with us? No? Right? And Talent Garden. Thank you, Talent Garden. Give them a round of applause, everybody. Well done. Team Pomo.
Hi, guys. Congratulations, amazing pitch, but all the pitches were pretty great. I'm Chris of 42 Law. We are just as old as the Entrepreneurship Avenue. We celebrate our 10th anniversary, and for the last 10 years, we've been advising startups in Austria. We've worked with everyone, and we look forward to working with you guys and anybody else. 42 Law, we know what we're doing, and we love startups. Congrats. Great.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, well done. I'm proud to see you here. Thank you, guys. One more time. Give it up. You guys can go. All right. Oh, point it that way. I need line of sight. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So, in second place on this piece of paper, who is it? Let's find out. In second place, I'd like to bring onto the stage Zenith Innovations. Give them a round of applause. Zenith Innovations, please come to the stage. Well done, Team Zenith Innovations. Well done, well done. Here are your prizes. So what do you win today? You get 1,000 euros from the Entrepreneurship Avenue. You get one Talent Garden Flex membership for a month. So you get to hang out at the Talent Garden for a month. You get 3,000 euros. Are you listening? Oh, no? Okay, well done. You guys get 3,000 euros worth of legal counseling, which I think will also be useful for you. You get Viva Tech tickets, you get free city space access, and you get mentoring. A round of applause for our second place team. Awesome stuff. Any sponsors to say a word? We're good? You always have to be careful with that. Guys, well done. One more time. Give them a round of applause. Thank you. All right, and now it's time for the big winner. So, who was the big winner of the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023? I don't know exactly how many teams there were, but there were several dozens of teams that competed to get here, with only the last 10 pitching today. They've really been on an amazing journey. They've done an incredible job. And who am I talking to? I'm talking about Smiling Food. Congratulations, Smiling Food! Come onto the stage, guys. Well done. Look at you guys all smiling, right? So, what did you win? The first thing you got was, all right, let's get you in place. I want you guys to pay attention to this. You get 1,500 euros, which is useful money. You get Y Idea Lab startup tickets. You get the Startup Live direct access. You get Viva Tech tickets. This is going to take a while. You get 3,000 euros worth of legal counseling, also from 42 Law. From the Talent Garden, you get 2 flexible membership tickets for 6 months, which is pretty legit. You get a full day workshop with Square. You get 3 months of co-working and pitching and 6 hours of mentoring from Plug and Play and the airport space, city space. Guys, give them a round of applause. Yeah. Amazing, amazing stuff. Are there any... Ooh. You got this, Bahal. You got this, man. You got this. One more time, a round of applause, everybody, for our first place winners of the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023. Fantastic. All right, but we do have one more award to hand out, right? Not time for our sponsors. We do have one more award to hand out, and that is for the best female team. So who is our best female team? Well, you saw they didn't leave. Smiling Food, well done for being the top female team at the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023. You get 1 lifetime membership to the Female Factor, which is really, really amazing. Guys, let's do it one more time. Give them a round of applause. Give them whistles. Shout. Get excited. Well done, team. Thank you. Thank you. And that's it, right? That's it. That's the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023. Before I thank the sponsor, I'd like to thank you guys for all being here. It's been amazing. Your energy has been amazing. The jury, thank you guys for taking time. Thank you for your efforts. We have diamond partners, we have gold partners, we have silver partners. I'm not going to name them all. You can see them on the screen. They've done an amazing job. They've been here to support the Entrepreneurship Avenue. It wouldn't be possible without them. So let's just give a round of applause for our sponsors, please. Thank you. Right. I think I've got a couple more announcements. See you after party, right? Club Duel. What time, guys? What time are we starting? 8:30 Club Duel. Thank you guys for being here. It's been wonderful. My name is James, the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2023. Give us a round of applause. Thank you and good night.
And we will go together, or they can go to the
Okay. There will be a convoy moving to the club at 8:30. After the event, you can jump in the convoy and move together. Well done. Thank you guys. Well done to our team. Thank you and good night.